Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the productions. We are here as Journey Sports Media to give you the NBL BBF Finals, brought to you by Out of the Park Baseball, the 108 and Traxxas. I am one of your commentators today. I am Russell Easom. I'm delighted to be joined today by Ollie Powell, my co-commentator. Ollie, how are you doing?
I'm great. So pumped to be here. It's such a beautiful day for baseball. Crisp autumn morning. I'm a little bit chilly. I'm a bit underdressed actually, even with my sweatshirt. But yeah, I'm watching BP right now. The Essex Arrows are playing pumping music, and yeah, I'm so ready to see some good ball today.
Yes, so just to give you a quick recap of what happened for day 1, we showed you the AAA final earlier on where the Bristol Badgers edged out the Croydon Pirates in that first game. So they, on the field to the side of us, will be playing their games 2 and 3 if needed. Today, we'll be concentrating on the main field where the London Mets will be taking their 1-game lead after winning 12-2 yesterday. And so we'll be following game 2 here. If a game 3 is needed in the NBL, we'll be showing you that live as well. If there's not, but there's a game 3 available from the AAA, we'll be showing that to you live. So there's potentially 2 7-inning games of baseball for you to watch today here on the stream. I hope you all are looking forward to it. We'll be telling you more shortly. So, welcome back to day 2 of the BBF Finals. We're about to have some manager interviews, so let's go live to Ollie on the field, who's with Derek Cook today.
Okay, I'm here with Derek, the manager of the London Mets. Derek, really nice to have you here with us. So I hear that actually you were not able to make it to the field yesterday, and you were kind of instructing from afar. Ryan was in charge. Can you tell us a bit about what that experience was like?
So I was working in Poland yesterday. I got on the first thing smoking to make sure I can make it here today. But I was texting Ryan during the games like, hey, you need to substitute here. Why don't we run here? It's like,
Yeah.
So I actually had everyone in the office watching the game. They were like, we didn't know there was baseball in London. I'm like, oh yeah, there is. So So it's good.
Wow, that sounds like unique experience. Good to have your colleagues on board. Obviously, really successful day for you yesterday. It turned out to be a bit of a blowout. Really sort of like good pitching performance. And you've got Chris on the mound today. What can you expect from him?
So Chris, like through and through, he's like a gamer. Literally, when the game is on the line, he wants the ball. Period. Like it's one of those like, give me the ball, let me do what I do. And he does. He's been doing that. I saw him do it in this the senior in Czech Republic this past year. He did that, and that's always been his kind of mentality. And so there was no other option. I was like, okay, Chris, you got it. Take us as far as you can. And after that, we'll work from there.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him pitch. I've heard a lot about it, and I've not seen it yet, so I'm really excited for that. I guess London Mets have had a bit of a stranglehold over this kind of championship for the past sort of 8 years, and I suppose I'm interested to know, do you worry about any sort of fatigue about the kind of success of that? I know it was very tight in the division with the Arrows this year. Yesterday's score probably doesn't reflect how close it has been between you two. I guess how do you kind of talk to your players about kind of keeping them pumped up and sort of like keeping on this amazing run you've been on in the past sort of 10 years?
Well, for me, I've been preaching to them about the journey. Don't worry about the end result. Yeah, everyone wants to play for the championship, but I mean, during the times we were losing, we lost to the Capitals twice. They swept us, and then we went 1-1. Every game has been close with Essex. Sheffield beat us as well. But, I mean, we have a younger team. So it's understanding, okay, hey, we have a dichotomy in older and younger players. So I'm trying to kind of bring both along, where the older guys, they've been there. They kind of can turn it on. But at the same time, the London Mets are now getting younger. So they're like what you see in the Lewis Deans, the Barrett brothers, this is going to be the future of the Mets. So it's like, okay, look, let's go through this now so you guys can kind of trial by fire so you can get into it. But ultimately that's just been the case. This is understanding the journey. All of them is working, and it's starting to pay off. Like they're really coming into their own and feeling comfortable in these situations. So.
Yeah, that's been clear, and I guess we'll let you get to some infield outfield practice now, and just best of luck for today.
Thank you. Definitely. Thank you very much, Ali.
Awesome. Cheers, Derek. Thanks. Oh, back to Russell. Back to Russell in the commentary booth.
There about how they played yesterday and how they're going to get to a good result today. Obviously, this is day 2 of the NBL and AAA Finals, brought to you by Out of the Park Baseball, the 108, and Traxxas. The 108 is Europe's largest baseball and softball indoor centre, with bullpens, hitting machines, and a full infield. The 108 is helping teams and players in the United Kingdom practice all year round. Out of the Park Baseball 25 marks a milestone. 25 years of sports gaming excellence, officially licensed by the MLB, the MLB Players Incorporation, and the KBO. This year's anniversary edition puts you in charge of your favorite baseball franchise. And for the first time this year, you can play with BBF players, as the BBF's NBL is now in the game. And Traxxas. Traxxas is a leading provider of software, hardware, data analytics, GIS, and services for the rail, traffic data, and wider transport industries. They have been the sponsor of the GB Under-18 teams this year in Europe. The support from Traxxas went towards helping the lower-income GB Under-18 players attend training camps and tournaments, the promotion of youth baseball across the country, and has helped with Under-18 teams' equipment. We do thank all of the sponsors of these games. After that interview we had Ollie with the manager Derek Cook of the London Mets. We will be having Ollie again shortly, having a chat with Eduardo of the Essex Arrows. We'll be back to you shortly. Okay, and now looks like Ollie has got himself Eduardo, the manager of the Essex Arrows, who will head live to the field now.
So I'm here with Eduardo, the coach of the Essex Arrows. Thanks so much for joining us, Eduardo. Yeah, so yesterday, obviously tough loss. What kind of positives can you take from the game yesterday into today's must-win first game?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, it was tough game yesterday. We definitely need to make some adjustments today and take a different approach against a very good team as the London Mets. So we're gonna play hard and try to do the little things to change the result today to force a game 3.
Yeah. And in terms of forcing that game 3, sort of how you kind of manage, because I expect sort of managing your pitches is sort of you're struggling between sort of going all in for this game, but then obviously you want to force a game 3 and have some pitchers left for that. I know you've got Giovanni pitching today. He's been your workhorse all season. So how are you going to kind of use him and manage him today with the prospect of a game 3 and using your relievers?
To be honest with you, this is like a game that we need to win at all costs. So if we need to use our bullpen, we will use it. We will figure it out on the game 3. This game is very important. We trust Gio. He's been on horse for the whole season. He's got 9 wins this season, so we're expecting a big match today, big game. So yeah.
And yeah, I was interested to learn about sort of a bit about the Essex Arrows history. You know, it's sort of it's the 40th anniversary of the club this year, isn't it? Which is awesome. You know, it's been going that long, and so and sort of 10 years since you last won it, because obviously. You know, the London Mets for the past 8 seasons have won this championship. So, how much are your players aware of that kind of history, and is that sort of is there any sort of pressure to that, or any sort of inspiration that you're giving your players that today?
To be honest with you, from the beginning of the season, our mentality was the main goal was to put Essex baseball back in Europe. We managed to secure the first goal. And it's inspiration for the whole club that, you know, it's 40-year anniversary of Essex, so we need to try to do our best. Definitely yesterday was not our best game. That's not how we play in the whole season or on the last few years. So we're trying to change everything to today to make Essex proud, you know?
Yeah, no, I was actually just saying to Derek, the manager of the London Mets, you know, yesterday's scoreline didn't reflect how close it's been in the division between your 2 teams this year, so I'm really looking forward to game 2. I think it's going to be great. So yeah, thank you for speaking with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to Russell in the.
And thank you, Ollie and Eduardo, for that. So yes, we are now just 25 minutes away from game time here for Game 2 of the NBL Finals. Ollie and I will be back to you shortly to discuss some more pre-game. And welcome back to this Journey Sports Media production of the NBL Finals Game 2, brought to you by Out of the Park Baseball 2025, the 108 and Traxxas. As I said to you earlier on, I'm Russell Easom. I am with Ollie Power today.
Hi guys, lovely to be here.
And on the graphics we have Gabby Martins, and our man on the camera giving you those live shots is Bruno Fortes. So here we are just before Game 2. It should go live in a few minutes time. We're just going to talk you through a little bit about what you can expect today. So today is a 7-inning doubleheader if needed. That means that both of these games will be 7 innings, and any pitcher that pitches in Game 1 is not able to pitch in Game 2. So Ollie, you spoke to both managers about how they were going to handle the game. Any extra insights you can give to our listeners and viewers?
Eduardo, from the manager of the Essex Arrows, you know, he realizes, as his team does, that this is a must-win game, and that pitching-wise, you know, they will empty the tank, as it were. They will go to the bullpen if need be. They've got their ace Giovanni on the mound. He's been their workhorse all year. You know, he's pitched the most. He's got the second lowest ERA of the pitching staff. So yeah, but if need be, they will delve deep into their relievers.
Okay, so as they're warming up, let's talk you through the London Mets defense. So pitching today is Chris Messer. Behind home plate is Sean Gondo. Just to give you a quick update, that Callum Vanali is here today. He has had a couple of stitches based on the accident that happened in yesterday's game, but he is okay. At first base, they have Ryan McLaughlin. At second base is Brendan Power. Shortstop, Mark Theobridge. And rounding out the infield is Mitch Taisei at third. In the outfield, in right field, they have Jeremiah Valencia. In center field, Jordan Edmonds. And at left field, Lewis Dean. The batting lineup that you can expect from the Essex Arrows is as follows. Juan Diaz leading off. Angel Perez second. Jonathan Novas third. Adonis Galvez Rodriguez batting fourth. Richard Chesterton fifth. Kendre Marte Batista sixth. Jorge Wilhelm seventh. Edwin Almonte batting eighth. And rounding it out is Anuende Perez. Now just the last couple of pitches here coming from Chris Messer as we're just about to get ready to go live today. Just to give you one final piece of information, our umpires for today: at home plate is Mike Shepard, at first base is Dave Matasco, and at third base is Petter Norvold. And so we wait for the first pitch of Game 2.
Okay, leadoff hitter is Juan Diaz, the shortstop for the Essex Arrows. Right-handed hitter. Chris Messer, first pitch is inside for a ball.
So Messer has been a phenomenal pitcher for the Mets this season. He has an ERA below 1.
And the first strike of the game, that's got to feel good for Chris Messer, getting that one in the books. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just outside, on the outside corner there. Chris Messer there checking with the umpire exactly where that missed.
And so you're saying, yes, Messer has a .67 ERA through 27 innings of play so far this year. His phenomenal strikeout rate at 42% is what has got him a long way. But also, he does not walk too many. So this initial 3-1 is a bit of something we might not see too much today.
And Juan Diaz has worked this really well. Just been very patient, not letting this game 2 nerves get to him. And a really nice take there, just missed on the outside. And Juan Diaz will take a a nice casual jog to first.
Yeah, just Chris Messer there checking with the ump where that pitch was, whether it was low or outside. Just trying to find out what zone he's getting from the blue today. Even at the major league level, it's not exactly a square or a cuboid over that plate. So he has to work with what the umpire is going to give him today. But Essex have a leadoff runner.
Here's Angel Perez taking a ball low. Oh, no, beg your pardon, the umpire's given that as a strike. Angel Perez, the centre fielder for the Essex Arrows. I was about to ask Russell if you think the umpire's sort of giving a bit of a tight zone, but that feel like that might have been a bit of a generous call below.
We'll see as the day goes on. Shepherd was involved with the game yesterday, and the pick.
Oh, throw over to first, back in time. Diaz safely standing up, dusting off the mud from his trousers.
Yes, Mike was behind home plate for the AAA game.
And back again. Oh, it's a pass ball, and that will mean Diaz will go to second. Oh, and he's heading now for third. And he will slide, and he will be out.
So, after being given a free base, he tried to extend it too much, and the throw was perfectly placed, and an easy tag there by the third baseman, Taisei, for the out. So, that leadoff runner is cancelled.
I didn't catch you through that, but heck of a throw from foul territory beyond first.
Yeah, the first baseman today, Brian McLaughlin, does also pitch for the Mets, so he does have an arm, which you might not expect off some people at first base.
Just missed on the outside there from Messer.
And contact is made.
And it's hit back to Messer, over to first in time to get the second out of the inning.
So, obviously now that we're up to the third batter, contact is made.
And it's hit back to Messer, over to first in time to get the second out of the inning.
Jonathan Novas.
Up high from Messer.
So yeah,
Novas takes pitch one for a ball.
So despite walking that first batter, Messer has a chance to get out of this inning with just facing three batters and through the minimum thanks to that running error.
Up high again, up high and a little inside from Messer. 2-0 the count. Nice pitch by Messer. Now getting that call slightly on the outside and slightly down. Really nice pitch. See if Novas can stay patient. Oof, it takes a huge cut on that heater right down the pipe from Messer.
So yeah, Essex were given a walk here at the start, something that Tim Brown did not do the entire game yesterday. So we'll see how the rest of this game goes.
Novas has worked this count forward, 3-2.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and take advantage of every base runner they can get. Messer gave up just 6 base runners over 8 innings in the semi-final against the London Capitals.
Ooh, held up on that swing really nicely. Ball outside, and Novas takes a jog to first. And just checking with the first base umpire if he did manage to check his swing on that, and he did. So that keeps the line moving, and this is the 4th batter that Messer will face this inning. We've got the clean-up hitter, Adonis Galvez. Nice low stance here. Ooh, foul tip. I think what viewers at home might not be able to see actually is quite a large distance from home plate to the backstop. and also sort of either side of first and third, there's quite a lot of foul territory. So be on the lookout for any wild pitches or pass balls. That could result in some extra stolen bases.
So a 2-out base runner here for Essex.
Pick off back to first and safe.
And contact is
a
made.
line
That's going to
drive
make
to
it.
left field. Snapped up by the left fielder and brought in for a comfortable single. And Novas only moving across one there.
Yeah, picked up cleanly there by the left fielder. No chance for Novas to advance to third on that play. It was a hard pitch that he muscled just over the infield. And so now we have runners on first and second. So a runner in scoring position here for Essex in the first inning with 2 outs, with Richard Chesterton up to play.
So Richard Chesterton, left hitting first baseman. Ooh, takes a really nice pitch inside for a strike. Oof. Foul tip for strike 2.
So finds himself immediately now in an 0-2 count. Given the strikeout rate that Chris Messer has across the season, I expect we're going to see some nasty stuff here. Try and get him to chase out of the zone.
Up high. That's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, he didn't chase that high pitch there. Good eye there by Chesterton.
Made a really nice cut on that second pitch, just didn't make the contact that he wanted.
Yeah, as they say, a foul ball straight back is good timing just under the ball.
Oh, up high again. Count is 2-2.
Yeah, I feel Messer's trying to put just a little bit extra on those last couple of pitches. Trying to see if he could blow them past him, but he's not chasing that high pitch. And swings.
Drop third strike. Throw down to first is in time and accurate, and that will do us for the top of the first. Umpires are just checking something here.
Yeah, question of whether it was a foul tip. I think that's what the Essex first base coach and batter are asking about. Home umpire didn't give it, so I think it's going to be highly unlikely that the 2 other umpires are going to overrule him on this if he didn't see it. Yep, the out is given.
Out.
So the second sound, I think, came the fact that it came off the catcher's glove and not off the bat. So
that was it. And I mean, it did make quite a sort of pop, didn't it? I mean, Messer's velocity is, you can see why he's got such a low ERA on the year.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of the first, top of the first. So 0-0. We'll be back to you shortly. Okay, so now we come back to the bottom of the first. The Mets gave up some base runners there, but they were not managed to be advanced. So we will see how this bottom of the inning goes. So 2 walks and a hit. And we'll see how things go. 1 error from the London Mets, but that didn't cost them any runs. So let's see how they can do with the bat. And up to bat first is Jamie Dix, the DH.
Foul to left from Jamie Dix.
Don't see too much first pitch swinging over the last couple of days, so felt good about that pitch, just a little bit early on it, and made good contact, but just slightly early.
It was a nice pitch. It kind of looked like it was sliding a little inwards, and that probably messed up Dix's timing a little bit. So no balls, 1 strike. Pappalardo up high with that one.
Yeah, it looks like he tried to throw something off speed there, didn't quite get it.
So 1 ball, 1 strike. Pappalardo sets and delivers. Oof, line drive up the middle. Centre field grabs it cleanly, and that's a really nice lead-off hit for Jamie Dix to start off the offense for the London Mets.
Yeah, Jamie's been hitting well for the Mets this season. That hit there will give them the leadoff runner on base for the third baseman, Mitch Taisei, to try and advance. As yesterday, the Mets have their big guns at third and fourth in the batting lineup, so giving them a runner in scoring position to try and drive home will be what the Mets want to see from Mitch here.
Pick off and oof. Oh, and he's out. Stumbled a little bit in his return to the base. It didn't seem like he was taking a huge lead there, but I think just got caught out by.
You can see with the lefty pitcher, he has an easier eye on what's going on there, so the base running mistake from Dix cancels out his nice single, and so the Mets have no one on the base.
This is the first pitch Tice is seeing. In there for a strike.
An interesting off-speed pitch there for the first strike. See if he's going to do what a few of the other pitchers did yesterday with some get-me-over curveballs to get ahead 1-0 in the count. 0-1, please.
Ball outside. The count is 2-1. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 1-1. Oof, line drive to left center. Whoa, amazing diving catch by the center fielder. Incredible play by Angel Perez out there in center, incredible. Line drive to left center. Whoa, amazing dive.
Be an easy double there for Taisei. So after giving up a base runner, managing to get a pickoff and then a web gem there for Perez, has kept this Mets now to 2 outs with nobody on base. Is this going to give the Essex the impetus that they need to get ahead in this game? Obviously now they still need to shut down the Mets for 1 more out and then try and put something up in the top of the second.
Oh, strike. Just clipping the bottom of the zone there. Really lovely pitch. You've got to be feeling great if you're Pappalardo right now. Pitch is just under 10. Ooh, tries to go the same spot again, just misses low. So that is a count of 1-1. So you get the sense now it might be on Valencia to try and just sort of put a bit of calmness into this Mets lineup now. Take it slow. Low again. He's trying to get Valencia to fish.
Yeah, he's seen what's been given by the blue so far. That low stuff potentially on that outside corner is being given, so he's trying to work there. It's not the easiest thing for a hitter to drive for power.
Oh, and a bobbler. Nice to shortstop. And it's gone past the first baseman. Valencia will head on comfortably to second.
So yeah, fielded cleanly there by the shortstop, but the throw hit the dirt and it was unable to be picked up by Chesterton at first. So an error there from the shortstop. And we have a runner now in scoring position for the London Mets with their big hitter, Mark Thierberg, up to bat.
Was that a first base error or shortstop? Shortstop.
So yeah, Thierberg has obviously had a great season for the Mets. And now see if he can be the individual who drives in the first run of the game.
Oh, just up high at the letters on Thierberg.
Yeah, we'll see from today. It looks so far that like Leon Blue is liking the lower pitches more than the higher pitches.
Yeah. Pappalardo hopefully has a bit of an advantage here in terms of platoon, lefty on lefty. But yeah, as you said, Thierberg, I mean, looking at his stats, you know, they're astonishing. I mean, would you say he's their star hitter? I mean, his OPS is sort of judge-like from what I remember.
Yeah, when it starts with a 1, it's good. When it starts with 1-2, it's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
That off-speed pitch there, not dropping in time, so work the count well here. It would be not surprising if he nibbles around the edge here and maybe looks towards facing power up to next in the lineup. I wouldn't begrudge a walk here if I was the manager of Essex Arrows.
Fastball. That one got that point on the inside part of the zone that he wanted on the previous pitch. Really nice pitch from Pappalardo. You know, lefty on lefty, you're kind of maybe expecting him to go away a bit more, but I think those last 2 inside pitches were really challenging to Thierberg.
So the 3-1 pitch. And that's high, and that is ball
and
4.
Thierberg takes a walk.
So both teams now here ending the second part of the first inning with 2 outs and 2 runners on. Let's see if the Mets can prevail where the Arrows failed. Up to bat now is Brandon Power. Brendan missed the game yesterday due to being in Ireland for a wedding. He has flown in this morning.
Oh, wow.
And has come straight to the field from Heathrow.
A couple of red eyes for the Mets there. Manager Derek coming in from Poland, and now Brendan coming in from Ireland. I mean, good form boys for getting here. So 2 runners on first and second.
And contact.
That is a quite softly hit grounder that squeaks through the infield, and Valencia has scored the Mets' first run. Really nice lead off second, just hustled round third.
Yeah, that hit split short and third perfectly, and it didn't go that fast out to the left fielder, so he had to make a very quick play if he was going to make any play at home, but he did not pick it up cleanly, and the efficient third base coaching as well, telling Valencia early that he was going to go, meant that he made that up standing up. So the Mets have taken a 1-0 lead. They still have 2 outs and 2 men on, so the scenario looks exactly the same as it did before. This time up to bat now is Jordan Edmonds,
I believe. Takes first pitch for a strike. Probably feels good for Pappalardo to get that, reset himself.
Yeah, he could be mildly upset with what happened in that last play. He got the ground ball, but it just split the defense and allowed the runner to score.
And it's good to see, I mean, both pitchers being aggressive on the pick-off, showing that you know, they're not going to let runners take too much of a lead there. Ooh, just up a little high, I think, for ball 1, so the count is 1-1.
Keeping his eyes on Theobridge there at second, not allowing him to have as big a lead as maybe Valencia had on the last one. Doesn't want another hit to drive in the second run.
Oof, swing and a miss. A lovely kind of downward motion fastball, bit of vertical on it. Not letting the Thurberge behind him with seemingly ants in his pants bouncing to kind of make him throw over. Really, really nice pitch. Count is 2-1. 1-2. Oh, that's been popped up. Large backstop area, and that is over the fences. No play.
So the count stays at 1-2. Hack was better in time there for Edmund, but still under as he was with the bigger hack that he took earlier in this plate appearance. So see if he's going to get his eye in and make contact here. Gets the ball out of the infield, and the Mets will probably have themselves a second run and be working ahead.
Pappalardo looking to wrap this up. Another pop-up, and that has gone over the fences again. So Brendan Powers staying alive really well here. Jordan Edmonds, beg your pardon. Edmonds staying alive, fighting off some pitches. Pappalardo sets, eyes on Thurberge. Deals. Ooh, just up. And I think slight pause from Pappalardo then indicates that maybe he thought that should have been the third strike.
I think from what we've seen from the zone today from Shepherd, it's definitely not favouring those pitches higher and favouring the ones lower. So
yeah.
It's an off-speed pitch that's
just outside.
Yep, so now we go to a full count, well worked by Edmonds here. This is now be the 8th. So still
Pappalardo still looking for what he wants. Oh, strikeout to end the inning. Some base running action, and of course the scoring broken open. 1-0 to the Mets.
And we'll be back to you for the top of the second shortly. Okay, so we are back now for the top of the second inning. The Mets took the lead 1-0 there in the bottom of that first inning, so they will play this game from ahead like they did for most of yesterday. But it is just a 1-run lead this time, so let's see how Essex will do in getting a run back today. So we start off with Kendre Marte Batista.
Takes a strike for first pitch. So left, yeah, ball 1. Count is 1-1. Ooh, softly hit grounder.
I think he fouled it onto him, hit it onto himself.
Fouled off his foot. Grimacing, took that one well.
Yeah, the lack of run there by the hitter generally suggests they know they've hit the ball onto themselves. Even if you don't and you don't make the effort, you've got to maybe ham it up a little to make sure that the umpire gives the decision your way.
Yeah, no replay review here.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Foul ball. Goes way back over the fences. And it stays at 1 and 2.
Definitely tried to, I think, throw the gas past him there on that one.
Oof, nice swing and a miss for strike 3. That's got to feel good for Messer. First batter struck out of the second inning.
Yeah, so almost identical to I think the previous pitch, just located it a little bit higher, and the batter swung through. So that's Messer's second strikeout for the day, and the Mets get the first out of this inning. We now move on to Jorge Wilhelm.
Another lefty, hopefully a favourable matchup for the right-handed Messer. Takes first pitch for a strike.
Jorge did not take part in yesterday's game, so this will be the first action that he's seeing from this series.
Is his nickname Tsunami? Is that what I'm reading correctly on the back of his jersey?
I do see Tsunami as well, so...
I did think we've got the wrong player for a second on our score sheets. Up high for a ball, so count is 1 and 1. Messer just checking where exactly he missed.
Yep. Here's the DHing today.
Swing and a miss for strike 2.
I think Messer has maybe changed his approach from the first inning for this lower half of the order. He's going right at them, bringing the fastball, bringing the speed, and just challenging them to make contact.
And it's working. I mean, there's a couple of swings and misses. Oh, however, that one is tacked to centre field. However, comfortably caught by Jordan Edmonds out there in centre.
Yeah, it's good contact, but it was a line drive straight to the centre fielder. Barely had to move, took a couple of steps forward to make the catch. So that is 2 down now in this inning.
So we've got the catcher, Edwin Almonte, now. Right-handed hitter. Let's see what Messer gives him. Is it going to continue to be a steady diet of fastballs? Just down in the dirt there, 1-0.
Definitely tried an off-speed one there to see if he'll get him to chase, given the fact that he'd thrown a lot of fastballs to the previous batters.
Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Almonte with the Di Marini bat favoured by quite a lot of people in the United Kingdom, including myself.
Oh yeah. Okay. Why?
It's a nice two-piece. It's a single A and rookie league ball, so it has a little bit more pop than some of the straight wooden bats do. But these are still legal here in this country. They are a little bit more durable than your straight wood bats, so a lot of the players pick them up.
Softly hit bobbler to third, and that is a tight play at first, and he is safe. Bang bang play. The first baseman wasn't able to get it anyway, so that is a really nice result for the the eighth hitter, Edwin Almonte.
Yeah, easily a single there. It was third base was sacked quite deep, and that not weak contact meant that he was running in and didn't really have much on the throw once he was running to actually make the play. He hadn't set himself to be able to make a strong throw, and so as such, even if the first baseman had picked it up cleanly, the runner would have been safe. So
I think he was right to throw it though, wasn't he?
Oh,
it would have been a bang bang play, I think.
yes.
So here we have the ninth hitter, Edwin Almonte, taking up high for ball one.
So I know Almonte was the previous batter.
Oh,
This
I'm
is
sorry. Oh, we're with
Edwin
Anyodi Perez.
Perez.
Takes low for ball two, and the Essex Arrows bench are in glorious uproar at a swift 2-0 count.
Yeah, I think they're knowing that they need to stay in this game. They need to try and get the runs back as quickly as possible. Don't have the pressure of a bigger run chase being put on them. So they're hyping up the bottom of their order, hoping that the top of the order can come up with some runners in scoring position. That ball gets away from the catcher.
And Almonte moves up to second.
So yeah, just a pitch in the dirt there by a wild pitch there from Messer, which allowed the runner to make its way up to second base. And so now Essex do have a runner in scoring position, and the count is 3-0 here on Perez.
Great at bat by the 9-hitter. This is exactly what you want. You want to get back to your leadoff man with some actions on the bases. He was obliged to take that one. It's now 3-1.
Yes, I don't think you generally give the 9-hitter the green light on the 3-0.
Oh, thought he had it, chucked away the bat, but Blue gave strike to Messer. The count is full. Messer's climbed back into this at bat really nicely. Can he put it away to get out of this inning?
So yeah, with this full count pitch, one pitch gets him out of the inning. Messer's probably going to throw gas.
A really nicely taken pitch down low. Messer potentially thinking borderline, and the order comes back round again with Diaz, the shortstop, stepping up to the plate. He drew a nice walk his first time up, and I think he'll be, representing potentially the last out of this inning. He'll be wanting to make contact.
Yes, the big hitters for Essex are at the 2 and 3 slot today, so definitely will be wanting to keep this at bat alive and keeping the Essex alive when he gets through, but takes that first pitch in there for a strike.
Ooh, swing and a miss.
And very quickly, it's taking the first pitch and swinging, missing on the second. He's down in an 0-2 count. And against a pitcher like Messer, that's not the place that you want to be. Let's see how he's going to do. Is he going to challenge him with some pace, or is he going to try and get him to swing on something outside the zone?
Ooh, opposite field hit, just cooking foul there down the first base line.
Yeah.
That looks quite close.
Yeah, I think he challenged him with some heat there, so the late swing just staying alive and just not quite hitting the ball fair. Just a slight delay here while the ball is picked up from the foul territory. So the count still stays at 0-2.
And Diaz, you know, I mean, he's 382 on base percentage. He's leading his team in walks. Might just need to settle himself a bit. A line drive smashed again to the centre fielder, Jordan Edmonds, who has been reliable for a couple of outs this inning.
So Essex once again get themselves 2 base runners, but they do not manage to convert them. So the score stays at 1-0 as we head into the bottom of the second. We'll be back with you shortly.
Line drive to left centre. Whoa, amazing diving catch by
Okay, so they're back here now for the bottom of the second inning. And to bat now for the Mets is Ryan McLaughlin. I think he did well deputizing as the manager yesterday in Darren Cook's absence.
takes low for ball 1.
Yeah, McLaughlin is another one of the people who we might see later on in the day on the mound if this especially goes to a game 3.
Takes another really close ball just outside for count to go 2-0. And that is hooking foul over onto another field there.
Yeah,
interrupting it. I can see hands being held up for ball on the field in another field there.
Yeah, interrupting the AAA game there with that foul just out in front. Reasonable contact, probably still would have been a routine fly for the left fielder if it had stayed in due to the height.
Oh, good take there to take the count to 3-1. He's worked this really nicely. You know, looking at stat line, you wouldn't necessarily, you know, look to McLaughlin. Wouldn't be the first. Oh, that is a high fly ball out to right field, taken cleanly to make the first out of the inning.
So yeah, swinging there on the 3-1. Thought he had a pitch that he liked. Made good contact, but got under it, and it was ended up being a routine play there for the right fielder. So that is the first out of the inning, and up comes the catcher, Sean Gondo Benatoro, or known as Gondo to his teammates.
A lovely kind of looping off-speed pitch in there for a strike. Count 0-1.
Yeah. See if he's going to challenge these lower end of the batters now.
Okay, wait. Out in front of that pitch for strike 2 for gone low.
Yeah, I think it was the same pitch that he threw the previous time. So he was not probably looking for that though. He was maybe looking for the fastball as he was out in front. So 0-2.
And that's been popped up, and that will be
Behind us, thankfully. I don't quite want to test the structural stability of the gazebo we are currently under.
I'm sort of half out of it as well, so I'm sort of I'm opening myself up to some injury potentially here. And that is a 4-pitch strikeout.
Yeah, seemed to not really read that off-speed pitch well. Probably was thrown to him 4 times, if I'm perfectly honest. Fouled a couple off and did not expect it on that last pitch, and stood there and took the strikeout.
Seems like Giovanni's taken a little bit off in favour for accuracy, or I should say command. The past couple of the past 2 batters this inning. You noticing anything like that, Russ?
Yeah, I think he's knowing that he's against the lower part of the order, so might be effectively throwing these off-speed pitches, which are still much faster than I can throw a ball.
Yeah.
And knowing that the command against these lower batters will probably put him in good stead, knowing that they're not going to punish them as much as some of the guys at the top order could do if they do make contact.
Absolutely.
I would expect him also just at one point pull the gas and try and rip one past someone.
And that is hit. Oh, squirts through Giovanni's hands, and that is nicely out despite really quick speed there from Lewis Dean there.
Yeah, Louis, if you see him, he's always going to sprint down that line, but that is 3 up, 3 down for the London Mets, and so the Essex Arrows keep it at a 1-0 game, but the Mets still lead, and we'll be back to you for the top of the 3rd shortly. Okay, so just before we get back to the top of the 3rd inning, we'll give you a brief update of what's happening on the other field with the AAA final. The Croydon Pirates currently have a 2-0 lead in the top of the 3rd. They scored both of those runs in the 1st inning. They currently have 2 on with 2 out in the top of the 3rd. So that continues that way. There will be a Game 3 of the AAA final. So we'll keep you up to date with that as the day goes on. But here, back to the NBL Final Game 2. The Mets lead 1-0, and here's the first pitch.
Two-hole hitter Angel Perez takes low and away for ball one. And Messer is rightly maybe practicing a bit of caution here. Perez being perhaps the most powerful hitter in the Essex lineup. Saw him crush a couple of home runs during batting practice today.
Yeah, Angel Perez is a phenomenal player. He's crushed a few home runs in the season as well. So, and he's fooled by that off-speed pitch. Thought that was going to come in tighter on the body, but curved back over the plate to get the first strike.
Count is 1-1. Oh, line drive hit up the middle. And that will put Perez aboard.
So lead runner aboard for Essex here, with now probably their second best hitter, Jonathan Novas, up to bat. This is a key early moment here for both of the teams. Essex have not really managed to do anything with their base runners so far.
Back in time for Perez on first base, taking a conservative lead.
Yeah, he's stole 19 bases so far this season, so he could be looking to get himself further afield. Just Messer throwing a couple back there to make sure that he decreases that lead, but we could see him bounce. It is a tight game, trying to manufacture that run.
Bit of a larger lead he's taking now, and it's getting closer and closer, those pickoffs.
Yeah, it's good play by both of the pitcher and the catcher there. And the base runner there. Setting their distances, making a dive.
Novas is probably just wanting a pitch at this point. And a throw down to second. It misses him, and Perez is digging for third. Throw from center field is not in time, and Perez is safe.
So the throw there by the catcher got past the infield. It was a slightly one that took the second baseman away from the bag, and he couldn't get to it. They might have been in time to make the play at second if it had been a closer pitch, but it goes through to the center field. The runner then continued all the way to third. So now Essex have a runner on third with no outs, looking to tie this game up.
Yeah, that throw down sort of got the second baseman and Perez when they sort of had met just a little bit, you know, bit too much in front of the second baseman. Oh, swings through that lovely fastball, just slightly down and away in the zone. And Novas, after not having a huge amount to do with all those pickoffs, is now being put under duress by Messer. And that is popped up high and to the centre fielder. He throws it back in, and that will score a run. Perez tagging in plenty of time. We are tied up, 1-1.
So yeah, a nicely manufactured run there by Essex. The steal, which was helped by the error, pulling the batter all the way over to third base, and a sacrifice fly means that this game is now tied at 1-1. Essex have done something they didn't manage to do all of yesterday, which was to tie it back up after going down. So now at Adonis Galvez Rodriguez.
Taking down and away.
Got himself a bit of a squat here as a
a
batter.
I was just thinking, sort of, Messer's going to have to adjust his strike zone, going from someone quite tall to someone who squats down. Bit of a Jose Altuve strike zone going on here.
But it is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And that is lashed out opposite field, picked up comfortably by second baseman for the second out, beg your pardon, of the inning.
Yeah, runner didn't really get going there. It did end up bouncing just in front of Power. He decided not to force it and try and catch it on the fly and just picked it up clean off the bounce, and a simple play for the out. And so Richard Chesterton is now up with no one on the base.
Chesterton struck out his last time up. Just got a bit of dust in his eye at the moment.
Calling time and dust in the eye is something that definitely happens British baseball. And Farnham Park is usually a windy facility.
Yeah, it's very open. Open to the elements.
As we discussed, as said the other day, the high winds that we generally get here at Farnham Park make it difficult to hit the ball out of the park. But that's not something that Richard Chesterton is probably thinking of doing now after he's been given 3 pitches, all pretty much high and outside.
Yeah.
Not really much choice to even have a swing.
And he's taken that walk really nicely.
So a 2-out base runner for Essex Arrows. They now the potentially go-ahead run is there at first base.
And Kendry Marte is stepping up to the plate, left-handed hitting second baseman. Struck out his first time up.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna look to try and do some damage here.
Messer deals and fouls it. Marte fouls it back.
Yeah, not likely to see too much base running here from Chesterton. He has 4 stolen bases on the season, but I think he's going to be less aggressive than we saw from the previous base runner. Well, they're still going to hold him there. Make sure he doesn't get too aggressive. Obviously, it is 2 outs. He's going to probably look to try and get from first to third if he can on any contact.
Ground ball hit nicely out to right field, and Chesterton will hold up at second, and Marte keeps this line moving.
So Messer probably got what he wanted there, got the ground ball, but it just went to the left-hand side of the second baseman, Brendan Power, and so once again the Essex Arrows have 2 base runners with 2 outs, as they've done in all of the previous innings, but in all of the previous appearances they have not managed to convert these runners. So we are back to our tsunami that is Jorge Wilhelm.
So Chesterton now in scoring position. Like you say, not one to usually steal too many bases, but he's taken a nice lead with shortstop playing off the base. Tsunami takes ball 1.
Yeah, we're starting to hit the second lower part of the order. I think Messer might be a bit more aggressive with the fastball.
Oh, check swing, and that bounces foul. Count is 1-1.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as we Messer challenge the bottom of the order the first time up, so we'll see if he'll do the same here.
Tsunami calls for time. Sorry, I should probably stop calling him Tsunami. Wilhelm calls for time.
You put it on your shirt, you're asking for...
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he wants to be called it.
Don't know about you, but I am of the generation where all it makes me think of is the Manic Street Preachers. Tsunami, tsunami, let's fly. Let's see what he'll do here.
Great patience so far from number 14, and he rips one, and that is a foul tip into the glove. And that
Count is now 2-2. So can Messer once again get himself out of a 2-out, 2 base runner scenario? The answer is most likely the ground ball.
Soft roller up to short, but he fumbles the ball. And we've got Chesterton digging for home and Marte holding up at third, sorry. Chesterton scores. Arrows are 2-1 up on the Mets.
So an error there by the shortstop, charging in on the ball. The bobble took it over his glove, and the runner from second managed to get all the way home. The center field did not have a chance to run in time and make a play at home plate.
The Mets have already equaled their error total from yesterday at 2.
Yep, definitely what you'll see for in British baseball is errors is something that is a key part of the day and the key part of how which team will do the best. But they've committed quite a few already, but they've only given up 2 runs based off it. So we'll see how this goes. Just having a mound visit here from Derek, just to probably calm down Messer, who's probably not happy with what's going on, and just give a quick team talk probably to the rest of the players, just to get them to calm themselves down, work back into what's going. So that is the first one. British baseball has the rules of 5 mound visits allowed, so we have never really seen a case where that makes any difference here in British baseball.
That's quite a lot.
In a 7-inning game, it definitely is not much. It's very unlikely for someone to blaze through all of those. But now, another kind of key scenario here as we work our way lower down the order onto the catcher, Edwin Almonte.
Yeah, Almonte reached last time he was up.
So we'll see quite a lot of teams, as we said yesterday, do the scenario where at first and third they will probably potentially try and steal second because they don't want to throw it down.
Oh, catcher holds up, and the runner is just sort of left in a bit of an in-between place and wasn't challenged by the catcher in the end.
Yeah, so teasing the play there, because what Essex actually want is the catcher to throw down to second and then the base runner from third to try and steal home. So, and as long as he makes it home before he would be out, even if he was messing around, they would score the run. But so probably defensive indifference there. So we'll see what goes.
And we've got Arrow's base runners charging all over the place at the moment, just trying to kind of knock the battery off their stride. Trying to kind of speed them up, I think.
Yeah, just trying to getting Messer's vision.
Oh, and Messer is not happy with that call, or non-call, should I say. He thought he clipped the outside corner.
So count 3-0.
Shaking his head. I think he's got to try and regain his composure now after that disappointment.
So he walks him. Now the bases are loaded for Adonai Perez, the number 9 hitter. Big moment here early on in this game. We are only in the top of the third, but remember, this is but a 7-inning game, so there is not as much time as 9 innings baseball to come back on this. So Essex have the bases loaded with 2 outs and a 2-1 lead.
Edwin Almonte stepping up, left-handed catcher. Oh, sorry, Aniodi Perez fouls it back.
Took a big hack at that first pitch, and Parler got straight back underneath. Meant that he got his timing right, but did not read the flight of that off-speed pitch. So after throwing a few balls, Messer went for the off-speed to try and just get himself a strike.
Count is 1-1. Messer misses down. We're starting to hear a lot of noise now from the Arrows bench and their accompanying fans. This is has the potential to break the game open. And a sharply hit grounder to second. Are they going to turn 2? Oh no, it is the last out of the inning, my mistake. Well, after a lot of traffic on the bases, Essex only managed to tack on 1 run there. It's a tight game.
Okay, yep, so that is now a 2-1 lead to Essex, the first lead they have had in this series so far. We'll be back to you with the bottom of the third shortly. And so we now head to the bottom of the third inning with the London Mets now looking to have to regain their lead. Officially, the scorers gave that a single up the field and not a error by the shortstop. So Messer will be charged with those runs, which he might want to have a word with the scoring team afterwards with. But as we move ourselves into the bottom of the third, and the Mets are back to the top of their order. Jamie Dix sharply singled up the middle to start the inning off in the first, but then was picked, so we'll see how he'll do this time up.
Showed a really aggressive approach his first time up, and let's see if that changes at all. Yeah, first pitch swing in again, and strike 1.
Love it when the commentator gets it right and it isn't a curse.
Oh, and that is hit really nicely out to centre and cut off by the centre fielder to hold Jamie Dix to a single.
So same again, as you said, aggressive approach from Dix. Just muscles one straight back up the middle, gets himself on base. I imagine he might not take as an aggressive lead as last time.
Yeah, you would hope so, but I get the sense from the Mets that they don't have want no part of this going to a third game, so we may still just see the same level of aggression. And here's Theis now. Takes a ball up high for ball 1.
Yeah, it looks like that one off-speed pitch just dropped after the zone there. Blue not convinced. So as we have Mitch Taisei up to bat now, looking to advance the runner for the big hitters.
Oh, and that ball that is thrown way over Chesterton's head, and Dix is digging for third. That was a costly throw from Pappalardo there. He looks at his hands as if maybe the ball slipped.
Yeah, that wasn't even close of a play, or the ball wasn't even close to the first baseman there. That cleanly went over the head, and as Ollie has mentioned earlier today, there is quite a large amount of foul territory here at Farnham Park, and that just rolled to the fence, and Chesterton did not have any chance of stopping the runner from going to third, let alone from to second. So, as the last inning went, runner is now on third with no outs.
Count is 1-0. That is in there for a strike. Count is 1-1.
Took the pitch on the knees there. Seen 2 pitches now from Pappalardo. See how Taisei will do.
And a nice strike on the outside. Feel like on the outside part of the zone and the lower zone, Pappalardo's really hitting his spots.
Yep. Seen those off-speed pitches now, so the question is he going to have something thrown fast at him? Nope.
And that one not so good, down and away for ball 2. The count is 2-2.
Yeah, these off-speed pitches coming from the lefty are obviously coming from like outside the zone and potentially over the plate late. So it's a difficult decision for a batter to decide how far it's going to break in on them.
That is well left off by Taisei.
And so after being down 2-1 in the count, he's taken a couple of good pitches outside the zone, not chased. So we have a full count. Is he going to try and get him to chase, or is he going to just pound the zone?
Oh, swing and a miss. It's not a drop there, strike.
He was looking for, I think, the faster pitch, and the curve was dropped on him and swung cleanly through that. But the Mets still do have their runner on third, and now we have probably the star of yesterday up to bat, going 4 for 4 and being hit by pitch once.
Well, he's hitting 1,000 in this tournament because he reached last time he was up, and he could really do with another one of those with the tying run 90 feet away.
Yeah, picked himself up 2 singles, a double and a triple yesterday. Was a home run shy of the cycle. He done the easy thing first, getting the triple, as they say, usually the hardest part of the cycle.
Yeah, God. Pappalardo with some off speed again, and Valencia out in front pops it up for a foul ball. The count is 0-2. Pappalardo's got to be delighted with that.
Yeah, I think he's thrown those 2 pitches, and contact has been made by Valencia, but he hasn't quite managed to square it up, and so now finds himself in a difficult position, having to protect that zone.
Nicely left by Valencia down.
Get this ball out of the infield, and it will be a tied game. That's got to be his target now. And he does so.
And there we go. And that will be down, and that is the tying run. It bounces off the wall, looked like it might go for a ground rule double, and Valencia goes into second, standing up. We have a tie game, everyone.
So it is back to 2-2. Valencia once again being a bat that the Mets can rely on. Yesterday he was generally getting on base and being driven in by others. Today he gives them a key RBI, and we tie the game up at 2-2. The Mets have the go-ahead run at second base.
So
bat
we've got
is the shortstop.
So Thurberge up. Not with an error after all. Decided that last play that he made in the infield kind of hopped up on him. Really tricky play not to snag that ball and make the out. Takes ball 1. And then quickly 2-0.
Yes, we had official adjudication from the scorers who are sat next to us, telling us that it came off the lip of the field and was judged not the defender's fault for not picking up the awkward bounce.
Nice take inside there for Thurberge.
Yeah, after 2 pitches away, Looks like
Count.
that Pappalardo tried to come back in and didn't find the zone with any of those. So, if I'm perfectly honest, again, I think I said it the last time up, I'd let the walk go here and try to face power.
Takes a nice walk again. And, you know, with first base being open, Pappalardo, you can probably live with that, you know, knowing what the type of power hitter Thurberge is.
Yeah, also brings in the double play. So yeah, Thurberge has faced 9 pitches so far, and 8 of them have been balls. So
Yeah, that tells you, you know, that tells you about Pappalardo's approach, doesn't it? He recognises the hitter that Thurberge is.
Just a quick mound visit there, probably just to make sure that everybody is clued in on what they might do with a infield play here, where they're going to look to try and pick up this double play. Are they going to set an early depth, thinking that Brendan Power might show something that we're not expecting here, and square up with a bunt to try and advance the runners?
Pappalardo sets, keeps his eyes on the runners and deals. And that is a lovely swing and miss. Kind of a bit of a looping change up again.
I think it's the right pitch to try and attack. They don't want to let Pappalardo get that off-speed pitch in for the first strike as a freebie, so they're trying to be aggressive on it, but they're just not quite timing their swings up on it right.
Fastball up and in, just slightly out of the zone for ball 1. Count is 1-1.
Power reached base the first time up as well. If he can do it again, he makes contact.
And that has been popped up. And we've got a bit of a centre field throw to the shortstop. And runners stay where they are.
So yeah, just a shallow fly there from Power, not enough to advance the runners. Even after the catch was made, the arm from the centre field is more than good enough to stop the runners from advancing. Valencia didn't even give a half step to tease the centre fielder to try and make the play. Ball was quickly enough into short, and so we now have 2 outs and 2 on in a 2-2 game. All the 2s.
Lovely. Jordan Edmonds struck out last time he was up. Pappalardo feigns to a bit half-heartedly go throw pick off to second, just keeping Valencia honest there.
Yeah, with the 2 outs that they now have, the pitcher will most likely concentrate on just getting the batter out, and the fielders themselves will not hold the runners on as tight. So Valencia will probably take a big lead and get in the mind of their pitcher.
Beautiful first pitch change up again for a strike from Pappalardo. It seems to be sort of tying the Mets up in knots with that one.
Yeah, he's using that as his establishing pitch, I think, today. And then when contact is made, which he
hit,
does.
And nicely grabbed by the shortstop, and that is the inning over. Really nice play at short there, covered by the second baseman, and that was pretty tight at second, and the damage has been limited there.
Yeah, a good pickup by the shortstop, going away from himself to pick up the ball, and an aggressive play to go to second there. Thierich was going with speed, and he was running through the bag, something that actually we've seen in some higher baseball recently as a way of just making the play. If he gets through, he's safe, and the runner stands a chance elsewhere of scoring. So it is but 1 run for the Mets, and we have a 2-2 tied game going into the top of the 4th. We're back to you shortly. And so welcome back to this Journey Sports Media production of the BBF NBL Finals. We are at Game 2, and we're now into the top of the fourth with Juan Diaz, the top of the lineup, back up for Essex.
In there for a strike on first pitch, Chris Messer.
So yes, Essex picked up 2 in the last, but gave up another 1 in the bottom of the inning.
And that is a grounder to short. Fields it cleanly and over to first for a nice, clean first out.
Yeah. Juan Diaz did not even give that much of an effort himself up the line there. As soon as he saw that was cleanly picked up, he definitely took a little bit off the rundown first, but there we go. A quick out for the Mets, and Messer probably what he wants. I think Messer probably definitely happy that a ground ball there has been turned into an out after the last 2 or 3 had evaded fielders. Up to bat now, Angel Perez, who made that web gem of a play in centre field earlier on today.
Amazing, amazing play. Highlight of the game so far. Also scorer of the first run for the Essex Arrows. Pass ball there from Messer for ball 1. Being cautious, picking his spots with Perez, but he's not shying away from throwing him heat.
Yep. It's been a patient set of playing from Essex, and maybe Messer not having his best. The 5 walks today, and we're just to the 2 strikeouts, is not what we normally expect from him.
Pressure of a must-win game. Well, a potentially clinching game. Takes a strike low and away. Perez almost sort of got clipped by the previous pitch, which sort of rode up high and in. Oof, takes a big cut on that. Really nice pitch from Messer for strike 2. We are at 2-2 for the count.
Perez acknowledged that one with a nod afterwards, like that was some gas.
Yeah.
Like he was maybe expecting it, but he got it blown past him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Down, yeah.
Another piece of gas there, but just too low.
Yeah, Perez staying patient on that pitch. That was just below the knees. And we have a full count. Messer deals. And that is a chopper. That is going to be a really hard one to beat out. And Theis at third base holds off on that one, I think, sensibly after some of the pass balls at first base earlier from both teams. So really, yeah, nice hustle from Valencia.
Yeah, as soon as that ball was chopped and shallow, knowing the power hitter that Perez is, that the defense was nowhere near going to be able to make a chance on that play. So an infield single there for Perez and a base runner for Novas to try and advance.
Novas, that important sack fly that put the Arrows ahead last inning. Probably hoping to move Perez along and himself if possible. Takes a strike on the outside part of the zone.
Yeah, both pitches today I think have definitely tried to stick to the outside.
That's a really nice grab at first. Is that Dix at first?
It's a McLaughlin at first.
No, I'm sorry, McLaughlin at first. Really nice grab from that pick-off attempt in the dirt by Messer. Hard one too. And we have a runner sliding in hand and feet first by Perez into second. Safe. Nice throw down by the catcher, but just not in time.
Yeah,
really good
bit
jump.
of a double clutched on the throw down there, so didn't get himself a chance to make the play. Messer himself is not looking particularly pleased. Think he delivered a quick pitch, which he thought would have stood a chance to make a play. So this may be a discussion here between the pitcher and the catcher, discussing what's going on. Meta definitely doesn't look happy.
So that is their second mound visit.
So runner is now on second for Novas to try and score. Oh,
Big cut there by Novas.
got him to chase that
Nice.
fastball that was just outside the zone there. Swung and then tried to chase after it and did not make contact.
Count is 2-2. Perez taking a large lead, dancing around. He's going for third, and that is popped up and out of play.
It's a bold move to go for the stolen base there with the count at 2-2.
Yeah, I
with
wonder
one
if
out.
Perez got a sign then to do it, because
It could have been a hit and run sign. We don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, trying to get that go-ahead run to place, but you do set yourself up for the double play if you jump early. They throw
Oh,
back.
and that's been thrown back, and
And
that has
it's off
got
the glove.
away. And that could be costly, because once again Perez is 90 feet away, and he was driven in by Novas last time. So we're sort of deja vu here in the top of the fourth.
Yeah, the Mets have not learnt from their previous escapades with attempting to pick off, and so even after picking up singles or walks, Perez has made his way to third, even while Novas is batting on both for the last two occasions. But contact is
Just
made.
chopped foul.
That's a good defensive swing there on 2 strikes. Just managed to get the ball and make sure you didn't strike out.
With these sort of pass balls, Russell, that we're seeing with the pickoffs, you know, is this nerves showing, or is this kind of, would you say this is quite a sort of common thing that happens at this level of, you know, BBF, NBL?
I obviously in British baseball, it's not the cleanest compared to if people have watched Major League or even like minor league baseball, but I think we are seeing more throwing errors than you would expect on these pickoff plays. I think Perez, his aggressiveness on the base paths has forced the Mets to make throws, or make more throws than they probably would have liked to do, to try and keep him in check. And in doing so, more errors have come from him being in their head.
Novas really well worked walk there, pushing Mesa to the limit, and we've got runners at the corners. And Russell, I can't remember how many people are out.
It's just the one.
Just one out. Okay, so Mets hoping for a double play ball here from the cleanup hitter, Donny Galvez.
We'll see if he's going to steal. I imagine that he will be aggressive on the base path.
And there he goes, and no attempt will be made from the catcher, and Novas goes in comfortably to second. We've got runners at second and third with one out.
It's clean allowed that time. It's a stolen base because we do have the runner on third. Maybe not defensive indifference like it was in the previous game. I think we are starting to see some frustrations here with Mesa. Maybe, obviously, Gondo, the catcher here, was probably not who he was expected to catch with this weekend. With
that is popped up in
Callum, the other catcher, picking up the head injury yesterday and not playing today. So maybe just not quite seeing eye to eye with pitch selection from his catcher.
Nice strike there. Low and away by Messer.
So this squatting strike zone has not helped
No.
Adonis Javed Rodriguez in the last few attempts. Let's see how it goes here.
And that is popped up again. And that is right in between right and center. And the right fielder makes the play. And this is going to be tight play. And Perez is in with his hand. That was a heck of a throw from right field. And almost got Perez at the plate.
Yeah, that was a good arm out there from Valencia, but it was deep enough to score the run again. So another sac fly to score Perez, and the Mets' errors on the base for throwing to try and pick people off has come back to haunt them again. So the Arrows have taken a 3-2 lead here in the top of the fourth. And we still just have a runner on second here because he did not advance on the play. Slight surprise, definitely would have expected the throw to go home. So it was, I think, a poor bit of base running there by... And this one is popped.
And that has been dropped. And Novas runs in to make it a 4-2 Essex Arrows lead.
So, not the best of defense there by the left fielder, Louis Dean. He ran in on that, and it ended up going over his head as he came in too sharply. And the runner scores, and the batter is at first. So, 2 runs again for Essex Arrows now in the consecutive innings. They lead 4-2.
Get the sense now Messer really needs this inning to be over to reset. That ball is up, quite a way up, and that is ball 1.
Yeah, up to bat now is Kendry Amate Batista after Chesterton's pop that just landed.
And that ball is down, and it is 2-0. So Messer showing him a couple of different fastballs in different parts of the zone, and Mate just staying patient.
Yep. So the pitch comes.
Oof. Swing and a miss for strike 1. That is 2-1. That was a beautiful pitch.
Have to be aggressive now. Needs to get this inning over.
And another nice grab at first there by McLaughlin to stop that one getting away. Messer still not afraid to throw over there, which is showing some mental toughness there. Ball down and in. And the count is 3-1.
So just takes that pitch for a strike. He had no plans swinging there. He's effectively taken all of the pitches with no plans of swinging so far. And he's worked himself a full count. The runner goes.
And that is down
low
for
ball 4.
See that nice sell attempt from Mate on that previous one, kind of jumping away out of a ball, away from a ball that was in the zone. He gets his walk anyway, and we have runners at first and second. 2 out. And yeah, the Mets are just struggling to find that final out. Here we go, Tsunami.
Jorge Wilhelm takes the first pitch for a strike. Yeah, the Mets have not been as clean with their baseball as they were yesterday, and that has come back to hurt them so far. But two quick pitches from Messer there, and it is 0-2.
Another cut. That is 2 strikes. And a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Messer deals again, and that one is just sort of looped up to the second baseman. Strange play there, but McLaughlin makes that much needed final out. And Messer, with his glove on his head in a bit of exasperation, heads back to the dugout. Time for a much needed reset and for the Mets to hopefully take the field and catch up to 4-2 deficit.
Yep, we'll be back to you with the bottom of the 4th.
So welcome to the bottom of the 4th inning. That last half inning didn't go exactly the Mets' way, with Messer giving up two more runs on a couple of more kind of shaky defensive plays that we're not really accustomed to seeing from either of these teams, really. That has kind of defined the game so far. Passed balls from pickoff attempts, and the odd fielding blunder, but also some really nicely worked walks from the Arrows. And, you know, I guess we're waiting to see the London Mets of yesterday who, you know, clobbered in 12 runs. And they're hoping they can get going and get some more contact on Pappalardo. Here he is dealing the first pitch. That is below the knees for ball 1.
So yeah, McLaughlin in for that. He's the first batter here, the number 7 batter. To give you some context on the performance so far from Messer and from the Arrows, he had given up 2 earned runs and 2 runs in total from the previous 27 innings that he'd pitched. So the 4 from 4 today is a blip that Essex have earned and the Mets have offered to them.
Count is 1-1. 1-2. Big cut there from McLaughlin. Pappalardo will want to put him away early, and well held up on a high ball to bring the count to 2-2.
Yeah, it's a big set here. We are 7, 8, 9 in the order. The Mets are going to want 1, if not 2, of these guys to get on base, so the top of the order can drive them in.
That is popped
Essex are going to look for some cheap outs.
No play for Almonte.
Yeah, big foul out there. Good defensive swing there from McLaughlin. Batter calls time here after the long delay between the pitcher and catcher deciding what they wanted to throw.
Count is 2-2. Fastball hit nicely, quite deep, out to right field, over the right field's head, And that has bounced off the wall. McLaughlin digging for second. He will go for third. And he will comfortably get there. A really nice piece of hitting for McLaughlin, who on the year is hitting below the Mendoza line, clobbers a triple to put the Mets in a nice position in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, got the ball over the head of the right fielder there. Short throw came to the center fielder, who launched something to third. I honestly thought McLaughlin could have took it standing to start off with, but probably needed that slide that head first slide that he made there to get that cleanly. Otherwise, he could have been out. A good bit of base running and base coaching getting him to make the dive on that play. So
really nice start then. There is nobody out, and we have got McLaughlin 90 feet away to cut that deficit to just one run. And that is a softly hit grounder, and the throw to the plate, and McLaughlin is out at the plate.
So he hesitated on the play there. He did not go straight away, and he left himself in no man's land. And so the throw was home, and it was clean. The catcher had the ball with all the time in the world. So all the effort from the triple is erased by that running mistake. Probably should have waited. It was a no-out situation. He probably would have been driven in by somebody else. So
heck of a play for Diaz to sort of like hold up then and assess kind of what was going on the base path before throwing over to first. Really, really nice heads-up play, and that has meant that there is nobody. There is one on first, and that is clobbered over, and that is trickling down the left field line. And the bottom of the order here are putting some contact on Pappalardo.
So, yeah, it should have been 3 base hits. Well, it should have been a base hit. The other one there would have probably been an out at first if it wasn't there. But they have runners on first and second now as Jamie Dix comes up to line up. Obviously, he's put 2 singles pretty much flat down the center here in both of the previous 2 times he's been up. The center fielder looks to be playing slightly shallower now. Oh, contact is made there. It goes to the third base.
And there is going to be just misses on the double play, but gets the lead runner. And we have 2 outs with 2 on at first and second. Aggressive
swinging there from Dix again. This time he did not get it out of the infield. Went pretty close, pretty much almost straight to the third baseman. I think he had a better chance of tagging and throwing if he'd taken it all cleanly, but the throw pulled the first baseman off. So we still have 2 runners on, but it is 2 outs. Now, Mitaise up to try and drive these runners in. A big one here. The Mets can get something here, or get the base runner if they've got their big bat to come next.
Okay, ball upstairs. Foul ball. And it is 1-1.
Yeah, still aggressive, I think, early swinging here from the Mets.
Isa struck out last time up. Had quite a nice duel with Pappalardo. And that is chopping foul. And Chesterton can't get to it just before the right field wall.
So now 1-2.
We are at 1-2 on the count.
A huge moment here.
And Pappalardo put them away.
Can they keep the Mets 2-0? Don't let them respond back like they did in the previous inning. Put them in a strong position with just 3 innings of play left.
Nicely held up by Theis, recognizing the pressure of that moment. Pappalardo not even giving the base runners a real look in. He is just focused on getting this third strike and going back to the dugout happy. Oh, just got a piece of that Theis, just to keep his at-bat alive.
Yeah, was definitely ahead on that swing, but just managed to foul it off, keep it at 2-2. Probably have the most vital moment of the game so far. Pitch is delivered.
Ooh. And oh! And we have an error by the arrows. And we have got number 69 pushing for the third run for the Mets. Nice base running. He had a heck of a lead. And he keeps the Mets alive in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, definitely error by the shortstop there. Sorry, shortstop, the second baseman. He was pretty tight to the bag, trying to hold the runner on, and had an easy chance to pick up that, but it deflected off him and then got past the shortstop as well, so they could not pick it up and make the out at second. So the Mets have now made this a one-run game and have their man, Valencia, up to bat.
Nice take. First pitch ball down from Pappalardo.
Yeah, this is an interesting one here. Has to really go at these the next couple of batters. He could maybe walk Valencia, but he would then not be able to walk Thieberg like they've done a couple of times already today. So Pappalardo is going to have to try and challenge one of these two with the fear that it could tie the game up if they make some good contact.
This is also the third time that Valencia is seeing Pappalardo. Will we see that third time through the order penalty start to kind of come into effect, especially, you know, you must think that Messer and Pappalardo are starting to tire as well.
Yeah. Pappalardo's still only 70 pitches. Messer, given the walks, is much higher, is around over 100. So, oh.
And is that a hit batter?
Well, it's ball 4 anyway. So it's the walk. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But that means that the bases are loaded. And given the last two at-bats that Mark Thiebage has had versus Pappalardo, he can't walk him this time. So he's going to have to challenge him.
This is the time. This is where we could see some fireworks.
Can't say this is the game or this is the series right now, but I'll say it once again. This is probably the most important moment that we've had in this series so far.
Oh, and just up and away there for ball 1. Thurberge just continuing to stay really disciplined at the plate.
Yeah, he seems to know the zone very well. That's 10 pitches. He's faced 9 balls.
That one is down for Pappalardo and ball 2. I mean, his time called from Almonte. He's going to talk with Pappalardo, who's sort of saying he's fine. Let me pitch. I'm in my rhythm.
It is 6 balls in a row, though. If we were in some parts of college baseball in Texas, the fans would be chanting ball 6, ball 6, ball 6. So, see if we will get ball 7.
Do you get a sense that Pappalardo is still being cautious with their Beige, knowing that, you know, okay, a walk, yeah, drives in a run, but, you know, he doesn't want that power to emerge in any way. That's the sense I'm getting.
I think
beautiful take by Thurberge for ball 3.
Yeah, I think he's probably shown him some courtesy so far in the game, but he can't now. He has to really challenge the hitter. You're right that the walk would only tie the game, and a run and a single will probably give the Mets the lead. But there are many times you might see the green light on 3-0. This is probably one of them. But he takes it.
Oh,
so we didn't get to ball 8.
Okay.
We did not quite get to ball 8, but...
And I think Thurberge thought that that should have been ball 8, but he steps back into the box at 3-1.
Not saying if he thought it was ball 8 or if he thought that was the pitch he was maybe looking for and he decided not to swing. But he does take...
And wait. And he's frustrated. He really wants to hit. He really wants to hit. And yeah, the arrows have frustrated him today. But that walk drives in the 3rd run for the Mets. And
the 2nd run for the Mets.
The 2nd run for the Mets.
So we are now back to a tie ball game.
Oh, my mistake. 4-all.
Essex have not managed to maintain the lead at the bottom inning for the 2nd consecutive inning, and that error by the 2nd baseman has now proven costly. Cost them now 2 runs, as they should be out of this. It should have been out of this inning. So we'll see how this is going. The last 2 plate appearances have been 5-pitch walks, and Power takes a swing, but it's gone up high
to center field, and he makes the catch, but not without some consequences there for the Arrows. They have surrendered their previously 2-run lead, and it is 4-all.
Yep, so we're 4-all through 4. We're back to the top of the 5th shortly. Okay, so we are now into the top of the 5th inning. Messer is at 103 pitches, so it'll be interesting to see how much longer he goes in today's game. Remembering that anybody who is burnt in this game cannot pitch in the 3rd and final game if it does go there. While we are waiting for this inning to start, I will give you a quick update from the AAA final, where I previously told you the Pirates were 2 up. Well, now the Badgers are leading 3-2. 2 runs in the 3rd and a 3rd run in the 4th leads the Badgers are now leading. It is the bottom of the 6th over there on the AAA field. And if the Badgers were to win that game, they would take the series 2-0. So exciting baseball on both fields here down at Farnham Park.
Spoiler to the Pirates, so seem to get the impression that the Pirates might have been favoured this weekend.
Yes, Croydon had won their division not easily, but with looked fairly dominant throughout those games. But losing the game with their star pitcher, DJ Springstead, yesterday had put them in a hole, and the Badgers have played well today. But as we say here, we're up to now the number 8 hitter, the catcher, Edwin Almonte.
That is 1 ball and 1 strike. That is strike 2, just painting the outside corner.
It doesn't look like anybody is warming up on the sidelines for the Mets, so I do believe they're going to let Messer go for as long as he can.
And with heat like that, why not? Strike 3, a very quick strikeout for Almonte.
Yep. Messer's just his 3rd strikeout of the day, which is one of the more surprising stats that we've had out of this game too. Now we move to the 9 hitter. And Willie Perez.
And that's strike 1 on Perez.
Yeah, I think they'll want to try and get through Perez and then Diaz.
And that is quite quite a high ball. Messer not quite adjusting from the tall around Monte to the slightly shorter Perez there.
I think probably the catcher should have been able to take that one, but just didn't pick it up cleanly, and so went to the backboard. Count 1-1. Just a slight delay there as the ball was thrown back by the on-deck batter and not picked up by the umpire.
Would you say Messer is used to going over 100 pitches? Is it, you know, something he's able to kind of adjust with his command and speed?
Yeah, I think you'll find that at most levels of British baseball, once you hit adulthood and the pitch limits allowed you to go there, if you're strong enough, you'll see people in the 120, 130 slot quite often.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't really imagine him to go much beyond that.
Doesn't seem to be losing much velo on his fastball or much command really. And that is chopping foul over the left field fence. And the count is 2-2.
So his batter's still in the hole here. Messer's going to hopefully try and blow another one past him.
Sharply hit foul.
Stays at 2-2. Messer really probably wants to get the out here. He'd like to get through this inning without having to face either of the two big hitters of Angel Perez and Jonathan Novas for first inning in a while. Ball in the dirt. Three balls, two strikes.
If we go back to the second inning where Anoidi Perez worked an amazing walk that had the bench in uproar, could be doing the same now to turn it back over to the top of the order, which he does. Beautiful walk by 99.
Yeah, so we're just one out and the go-ahead runner on fifth. I'll go fifth on first. We have Diaz up. So we'll see what we get here. The ground ball double play will be perfect for the Mets. Exactly what the Arrows will try not to do.
Pick off over to first. Handled nicely by McLaughlin, and
still not scared to throw those pickoffs, even though there have been a few errors. They've got to make sure they can continue to hold the runners at bay.
And that is a foul tip, and that has caught the catcher, Sean Gondo Bintaro, sorry. Looked like in the thigh, and they're just going to take a timeout to check on him now.
This would be a difficult spot for the Mets after losing their primary catcher yesterday to that head injury. Obviously, I think this one's not going to take him out of the game. It's just hit him in a part that he's not protected by the equipment, but it's always going to be a sore one.
Yeah.
So just going to give him some time to make sure that he feels good.
Brushing it off, and he looks like he's good to resume.
So after that brief interlude, the count is 0-1.
Checking over on Perez, and Anoidi Perez not taking a huge lead there.
He's stolen 11 bases this year. I think they're just trying to make sure that he doesn't get a cheap one on them. The throwdowns from the catcher have not been the best this day, so perhaps Essex are being more aggressive with their positioning to try and draw an error either from Messer or a pull through from the catcher.
Diaz takes a huge cut, and that was tipped into the glove.
Yeah, after what seemed an age due to the stop for the injury and a few pickoffs, he now finds himself down in the count.
Yeah. Keeping Perez honest at first. And maybe back to Diaz now. See what he's got. A nice take from Diaz, a really close pitch on the outside corner there.
Good high-speed pitch there by Messer. Bada chose not to chase it. So 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And a pickoff again, and that
Mets really do not want to allow this runner to advance. They do have to realise, though, that quite a lot of times these runners have advanced, have been their own errors. So, that is
strangely hit kind of backwards there by Diaz.
Yeah, seemed to be ahead on the swing, but still managed to hit it straight back as it glanced off the top of the bat. So still on 2 strikes, still in Messer's favour here.
And
Contact
that
is made.
Popped up into the infield. Shortstop is calling for it, and he makes the catch comfortably.
The runner didn't go there. I was wondering if the shortstop might have attempted to make a smart play and drop the ball and try and take the double play, as the runner made no effort to get down the line, but he did not. Took the out, and so we end up with the scenario that the Mets probably did not want from this inning, which is Angel Perez up with a base runner on those paths. But thankfully for the Mets, he's only at first.
And there we go. That is a passed ball, and Perez has moved up to second.
Oh,
and time being called by Messer there.
And I think he's just a little bit upset on the pass ball there. Just needed to... Nothing that was on him there. Wasn't really a hard pitch for the catcher to take. So the runner is now 90 feet closer and within scoring distance.
Big cut there from Perez. Messer is still, you know, challenging these batters with a lot of heat. This is really fun to watch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's now at 123 pitches.
And that is just cutting foul. I think, you know, you got to give the Mets credit for sticking with their game plan. They haven't really let the more productive offense of the Arrows today get to them. It seems, you know, they're not shying away from the pickoffs. Messer's still challenging the hitters.
Yeah, so a little mound visit here. Guessing that Messer is going to choose what this pitch is going to come here, with now being ahead in the count 1 and 2. I think he's wanting to take control here from the catcher. Another big moment in this game.
And that is a really reached out kind of chopper, just chopping foul.
Yeah, he was thinking that he was going to be challenged to a pitch, and so went to swing early, but had to delay the swing and chase that pitch outside the zone, and it was a good battling swing to make sure that he stays alive in this AB, still at 1 and 2.
So advantage Messer in this scenario. Can he get him to chase another one? That is that's what he wants, a nice ground ball, and he is out at first. But the run scores. Oh, called out. Sorry, the run does not score.
Yeah, it was called out at first. The runner advanced just as he was not aware of whether the first baseman had been pulled off the bag or not, but it looked like McLaughlin even reached out and kept his foot on the bag. The Essex manager has just come out and asked for this to be checked. But given the call from the umpire, I doubt it's going to be overturned from any of the other positions.
Didn't look from here like he came off the bag, but then we probably don't have the best view of it.
No, we don't have the greatest position. I kind of don't really, unless Shepard saw something at home plate himself. I don't think he has anything that he can really overturn this decision. So I think we're just going to, oh, no, we're just having another discussion. We'll just hold fire here while we wait to see what the umpires are still discussing on the previous play.
Is questioning whether,
Yeah,
you know,
I think we're just moving over. Yeah, the out does.
umpire just telling the Essex Arrows bench to calm down.
So the out has been confirmed. Okay, the out has been confirmed. We will be back to you shortly for the bottom of the fifth.
Okay, so we are back. Pappalardo is back on the mound, and he throws another first pitch changeup in for a strike. Bit of a recurring theme today, and it continues to stump the Mets hitters. Just out in front of that, another slower pitch, getting the batter to pounce, and that is a foul ball. The count is 0-2. Pappalardo sets, deals, and another chopping foul.
Yep. So Edmonds.
Oof, and that is smashed just over the head of the first baseman, and he, number 10, is going to hold up at first. Base hit to lead off this Mets half of the inning.
Yeah, so that is a key base runner there. Probably a flukier base hit than you'll see from a lot of people today, just over the head of the first baseman. But he fought in that AB, and so the base runner is now there. 4 o'clock in. Looks like the manager's just going to come out and have a discussion with his pitcher to discuss what's going on. While this is happening, I can give you a quick update from what we're seeing on the AAA field. That game is still at 3-2 into the top of the 7th, which is the final inning. But from what we can see, the Pirates have runners on second and third with no outs. So they have the tying runner 90 feet away and the go-ahead runner just the 90 feet further. So
Pappalardo.
just so we have the pitching change here. Looks like in to come. Looks like we're having a pitching change. While that's happened, as always, we just would like to say thank you to Out of the Park Baseball, the 108 and Traxxas for sponsoring this event. And so, yeah, they managed to stop Pappalardo from completing the game, and in comes the new pitcher for Essex. Just warming up now. So yeah, just finishing the warm-ups here in British baseball. You get 8 warm-ups, pitches from the mound before you can go. So as we are now, we are still here in the bottom of the 5th, and Essex have made the first change when it comes to changing their pitcher.
Here we go. Ryan
Number
McLaughlin
5 is Orlando Perez. Perez has made 10 appearances for the Essex Arrows across this season. Him coming in this game is pretty much a surefire sign that they need to win this game. Probably would have wanted to be saved for...
That ball squirts away and number 10 moves up to second.
Yes, they probably would have wanted to save Germán Obando for the next game, but they need to make sure that they can stay in this game. It is still 4-all, but the Mets in the bottom of the 5th now have their go-ahead runner on third, second even.
And that is just chopped foul.
Yeah,
McLaughlin, remember, hit that epic triple last time he was up.
And then ran himself out.
And then
afterwards.
ran himself out, did not, yes. Got caught in a rundown by heads-up play from Jonathan Novas.
Just a delay here while the foul balls are collected.
Excuse me, Juan Diaz, not Jonathan Novas. That is in for a strike.
So
The count is 2-2. I'm sorry, 3-2.
and gets him to
Swing and a
chase.
miss. Bit of a kind of curve on that.
Yeah, obviously first batter seeing this pitcher. No one had seen that pitch yet, and so got him to swing and miss at that one. So the Mets still have that go-ahead runner at second, but now it is we continue through the bottom of the order here to try and advance this runner. At bat now is the catcher, Sean Gondo.
So yeah, and takes a strike.
Yeah, that get me over curveball. Bit of time from the pitcher there, looking at the runner, making sure that he's not getting too much of a lead. Just checking through the signs again from the catcher.
Gondo, a strikeout and a hit today. And that has been gobbled up by the third baseman, who makes the out at first and manages to, with his kind of slight pause there, keep the runner at second where he is.
Yeah, so he looked the runner back there and then made the throw in time. It was a pretty close play in the end to first, as he had waited quite a long time to make that play. The third base player who made the throw does look like he twinged something there, as he just took a little time to make sure that he was ready for the inning.
Louis Dean up now, takes a ball high at the letters. Remember him and Sean Gondo were kind of the heroes for the Mets of inning before last, with a couple of crucial base hits.
Let's see how we do now. Once again, like you say, top of the order is waiting, but it is 2 outs, so patience here from Dean. Really wants to, obviously the best scenario is a single or more to drive in the runner, but if he gets on base, he puts it into the hands of the top of the order.
And that, once again, finds its way to the third baseman with a bobble. And that throw is high, and that has gone away. And this is going to be the go-ahead run coming in. The Mets are leading 5-4 on a Louis Dean double. RBI.
It'll be an error. It'll be an error by the third baseman there.
Oh, of course, sorry, yes.
But yeah, that's what Dean's speed does. We saw it in a couple of the ones earlier on where he sprinted down and nearly ran something out that was there. But after an unclean pickup by the third baseman, he knew he had to make a fast play, and he launched it clean over Chesterton's head. And even though Edmund had held at second so that he would not be run out, he made it all the way to home, and so the Mets have taken the lead.
Galvez, Galvez had more time on that play than he did the last one, and just sent a rocket over Chesterton's head.
So we go back to the top of the order, and Jamie Dix, quite surprised he didn't take a swing at the first pitch.
No,
which I think he'd done on all his 3 previous plate appearances. Maybe taking his eye in on the new pitcher.
Yeah. Oh, chops that one. Nice play from second base to end that inning. But the damage is done. It is 5-4 London Mets.
And we'll be back for you at the top of the 6th for more.
and welcome back to this Journey Sports presentation of the NBL Final. This is Game 2, and we are at the top of the 6th inning. The London Mets have just made a pitching change, moving away from the formidable Chris Messer, who, frustrated, maybe not up to his own standards, but has managed to hold the Essex Arrows to 4 runs in a pretty burly display of velocity. We have James Green, number 35, on the mound, taking his place. And we have back to the top of the lineup for the Essex Arrows.
Yeah, so it should be batting third, should be Jonathan Novas.
Jonathan Novas. Got a base hit the last time he was up. Let's see how he does against Green. Takes down and away for a ball.
Just to give you a quick update on what happened on the other field, Croydon scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th, so they now have a 5-3 lead going into the bottom of the last, needing to hold the Badgers to 1 or less, and they will take that to a Game 3.
Wow, what a topsy-turvy game that sounded like. Couple of lead changes there by the sounds of it.
Yep.
2-2 on Novas. And that is opposite field, easily made by Valencia in right field.
So that's a nice first clean out there for the new pitcher. Fairly easy kind of corn there in right field. So there you go. Take the first out. Now we move further down the order, this time to Adonis Alves Rodriguez.
Sacrifice fly last time is up. Jumps out of a pitch that was way in on him. I previously said that James Green was 35. He is in fact 36. Not age, his jersey number. And this time takes a ball outside, so the count is 2-0.
Yeah, I think the Mets here are going to want to try and pick out as many outs from the bottom this order of the next 2 innings and not have to face Perez again. If they go 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down, they won't have to face the top hitters again. So that's got to be the target for the Mets.
That is hit on the ground to third base, who makes a nice throw to first. Nice grab also by McLaughlin at first to make the out.
Yeah, it was fielded well by the third base, but still not the best of throws, and well picked up there by first baseman McLaughlin. And that is 2 up, 2 down. They look now to Chesterton and the Arrows to try and get themselves something in this inning.
And Green calls for time.
Just called time while the batter is...
And Alves is taking his time.
Yeah, I think he's a third base who's definitely not at 100%.
Yeah.
Looking at his leg, he's been hobbling a run around at third base and didn't look cleanly running down the line either.
Fouled back by Chesterton. And Gondo likes what he's seeing from Green. First few batters up.
That foul ball got sadly not a clean hit, but a 1 bounce and a 2-car combo.
Oh, really? Oh. Just suddenly got worried that my car is parked behind her. It is not. That is popped up to shallow center, picked up by the shortstop, and Gondo is pumped. That was that the first 3 up, 3 down half inning we've had?
That might be. We'll have to check back and look through it.
That might have been the first 3 up, 3 down we've seen today.
We'll confirm it when we get you back to you for the bottom of the 6th shortly. So welcome back for the bottom of the 6th here. We did check, and it was the first time that the Mets had got 3 up, 3 down. The Arrows did manage to do the same in the 2nd inning, which is the only inning they blanked out the Mets. So they will definitely look to need to do that. They do not want this Mets team to add any more safety runs and insurance runs, and they want to keep this at a 1-run game. And we can just confirm live from the other field that the Croydon Pirates have taken the 2nd game 5 runs to 3. So the AAA final will go to a 3rd game.
Amazing. The two most exciting words in British baseball, Game 3. And
Doesn't
takes
quite have the same ring as Game 7. But
it doesn't. It doesn't.
So it's all we can achieve here in British baseball is games have to be played on weekends. So at the bat is Mitch Tyson.
Took a cut for strike 1, and that one is popped up. Centre fielder going back slightly on it, and actually does not make the catch, and that means Taisei is comfortably in at 2nd. Once again, an error plagues one of these teams.
Yeah, I think he had that for every single day of the week and was lazy in just picking it in off the edge of the glove, and probably one of those very rare outfield errors. You don't see them too much because they actually have to make an effort, but that was enough for me. If I was the umpire or scorer, I would have called that an error. And so Valencia has a runner on 2nd.
Oof. Really high pitch over his head, and that is advancing the runner, the catcher, momentarily. Alamonte.
No idea where the ball went.
Yeah, the ball.
Actually was at his feet, but didn't hear anything, and so went to look backwards for it. Personally, I thought it was a trick play. I thought he had it in his glove and he was trying to get the batter to advance, but the ball was at his feet and he didn't know it. And so now just 90 feet away for Valencia.
Going back to that Perez error, think about that he made that amazing catch, didn't he, early on in this game? And then just that one. That is stroked lightly out to centre field. Perez does have that one. And
look at that arm.
The third 48 does not tag up on that play.
Wow.
Surprisingly. I mean, it was a good throw.
It was a shallow one. He took a couple of steps, but that throw was already over shortstop before he'd even taken 3 or 4 steps. The arm from Perez getting a little bit back from the error that he had made before, but still, it is just 1 out and the runner is 90 feet away. So if he is actually seeing a strike for only the 3rd time today, his 3 walks so far.
Bondo high and away, and that is 1 ball, 1 strike.
Mark seems to have a great grasp on the zone that has been called by the blue today. Not chasing anything unless he has to.
Fastball in there for a strike. This time the count is 1 and 2. So Thurbridge,
after probably having his eye in for the previous pitcher, I think.
Yeah, he's now having to face slightly different stuff and facing his first potential strikeout. And that is a tough cut to stay alive in this at bat.
But it was a strong hack. It wasn't just fouling off to stay in the at-bat. Don't let what you've seen from Mark today make you think that he is just there to take bases. This lad's power numbers are phenomenal as well, and if he gets his right pitch, he will launch it.
He's hungry. Another big cut by 91.
He's now having to definitely expand. I think any other point in his AB, he definitely would have not taken a hack at that pitch, but he's on 2 strikes now. And it's just fouling and fighting off these 2-strike pitches. As a pitcher, I might want to put one in the dirt, see if he follows.
That one up high. And that is popping over foul. A valiant effort by the left fielder.
But in
Vast
vain,
amount of distance covered.
but in vain, as it drifted a good few meters over the fence out there in left field. This count is still 1-2. This insurance run would be very nice for the Mets.
Like you say, is he going to pitch one in the dirt now? Because, you know, 91 is swinging at everything at the moment. And that one is up way high.
And that's a good take there by the catcher. That was a high pitch. That had tipped his glove and gone past. That would have scored the runner. He was very much on his toes, ready to go.
Debundo just checking with the umpire. Then the count, it is 2-2. Get the sense that he probably wants to strike this batter out.
Yeah, still everything has been quite high.
Oof. And fouled off his foot. That looked painful.
Yeah, but that's also another good battling swing. There was that off-speed pitch towards the dirt that I was expecting maybe on the previous pitch to change the sight level of the batter, but he fouled it off and stays alive for what will now be pitch 8 of this at-bat. Count is still 2-2. Pitcher still has 1 ball to spare. And
oh,
contact.
that is a lace to left field. And it is down, and that will score another run for the Mets. Thurbej, a hefty single. Oh, and the ball has got away, and he is now charging to second base. More errors abound for the Arrows, and it is starting to feel a little bit like it's unraveling.
So a great piece of hitting there from Mark Thurbej. Worked that count, was swinging and pretty much everything that was thrown at him, and eventually had a good solid line drive. The throw in from the left fielder was not picked up by either of the shortstop and the second base, and allowing the smart play from Thurbej to take an extra base. And so Brandon Power now has a runner in scoring position.
Pitch inside for ball 1. Just looking at some of Thurbej's stats as well, just like 7 strikeouts in 60 at-bats.
It's pretty phenomenal.
Amazing.
So here comes Power.
Can Obando get back in it? And that is drilled deep and high, right back at the left field fence. And they're going to have to get this back in quickly. Thurbej is at third.
Unconventional play there by the defense, knowing the power of the arm of the center fielder. He couldn't quite get out there to make the catch himself, but the left fielder popped the ball to the center fielder to make the throw. Left fielder probably knowing himself that he never stood a chance, but that fly ball does advance the runner to third, but it is 2 outs now for the Mets. Get me over.
First pitch strike to Jordan Edmond.
So here we go.
Bondo deals, and that is fouled back for strike 2, and just a bit too low for Almonte to do anything with it.
Yep, but Edmund finds himself down in the 0-2 count fairly quickly. He will obviously be looking to get this ball past the infield and drive in another insurance run. but the Mets have taken their 1-run lead to a 2-run lead.
Nice take at the letters. That is ball 1, especially down 0-2. That was great discipline there by Edmonds.
I'm the pitch here. I'm putting one in the dirt. And
And
contact.
that has squirted and found a gap. And the Mets just tacking on runs now.
So that's the second run, which takes them up 7-4. They have managed to score in 5 out of the 6 innings. It's just they've only scored 1 or 2 in each of these innings. They've never come alive and fully exploded. But now with a 3-run lead, we hit back down to the bottom part of the order.
And that is just outside for ball 1. So 2 out in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Pitcher did not like that call.
And sort of Almonte just kind of calming him down a little bit there.
So, yep. So here comes the pitch. And the runner goes.
And the runner goes. And not in time. And Edmonds gets a steal.
Called strike on the pitch though, so count is 1-1. Good. I think good teamwork there probably by McLaughlin. Probably was given the signal not to swing to allow the steal to happen. So the runner is now in scoring position. Gave up one of his strikes.
And he has hit McLaughlin, and he is down to first base. So we have got runners on first and second with 2 out.
Up to the plate will be coming Sean Gondo Bintoro, the catcher. So obviously Mets would love to continue and extend this inning. Gondo Bintoro has gone over 3 so far today. He will be looking to try and change that.
Bondo deals.
Takes that curveball for a strike. A nod from the catcher, the batter, who is now a catcher, to the pitcher and catcher there. He was not expecting that pitch.
Good pitch. Similar one this time, but did not break as much, and an easy throw to second base for the final out.
So
the Mets are 3 outs away from taking this championship.
Yep, we'll be back to you for the top of the 7th shortly. Can the Mets retain the NBL title for a 9th time? And so we're about to hit the top of the 7th here. The Mets have given themselves a 3-run lead to work with. if this game ends, there will be a short presentation ceremony, and afterwards we will have a conversation between Will Linton. And if this game end does here, we will be showing you Game 3 of the AAA game live. So if this does end, please do not part from us. We will have more live baseball for you today. But that is only happening if Essex do not get at least 3 runs this inning.
Just looking at James Green's stats for this year, and he's pitched only 4 innings, 4.5 ERA, and doesn't have a save. And this is a huge moment for him. He's 3 outs away from giving the Mets the win. That is a ball inside to Marte.
Yep, looks like Marte is going to take his same approach I think he's taken for most of the day so far. He's going to stand there and kind of almost not even look like he's going to swing the bat.
And that is a strike inside on a very similar pitch. Count is 1-1.
So yeah, Kendre is the 6th hitter for the Essex Arrows. So as I said, to get back to their big boys, they're going to have to get something from the bottom of their order. But Kendre is working the count here again. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Arrows bench definitely feeling the moment, giving Kendre lots of support, and that is 3 balls and 1 strike.
Interesting. I'd like to go back and check the feed for today. I haven't checked, but I'm not certain Kendre has swung his bat today.
Yeah, a lot of jumping out of the way. He shows bunt there, and actually, yeah, for a strike. So the count is 3-2. He's worked it full. What are we going to see here? Bunt again?
No, I think he's going to have to try and
Jumping out
swing.
of the way.
But that
And
ball
a
is
really
low.
good take low for ball 4. And there is one on with nobody out in
So yeah,
the top of the 7th.
credit is where credit is due. Kendre has earned himself a walk. I think today that's the 2nd walk of the day, as well as his hit. So yeah, he would have obviously must have had to take a swing. My bad. But now we go to the tsunami himself, Jorge Wilhelm.
And trying to be patient, the same as Marte, but takes a strike low and inside. And Marte is going for 2nd, and he is out! And he can't believe it! Oh, and he is arguing vehemently with the umpire. He cannot believe it.
And that was a fantastic throw by the catcher. He's also now been ejected from the game after continuing to argue with the umpire. That was a great throw from the catcher
Really good
after
throw.
making a few efforts. And we're just going to show you a replay of that now.
And Gondo, who we've talked about, sort of struggling a little bit with the Essex run game, throws an absolute dart to get Marte out.
Yeah, so that leadoff runner is gone. Obviously, the player was not happy with the decision, saying that it did not make contact with him.
So we are back to the bases clear, and the Mets are 2 outs away.
Just time is called here as the player has to leave the dugout as he was ejected from the game. Count should be 0-2. Sorry, we're just waiting for the ejected player to leave the dugout before the game can continue.
Jorge Wilhelm in a bit of a tricky spot. I mean, he's clearly from his stat line, very sort of competent hitter. Has been patient, perhaps a bit overly patient in his at-bats today. And he's now down 0-2 after laying off a couple of sort of borderline pitches, I'd say. And he cuts on that one to stay alive.
Count stays 0-2. So Mets now being 2 outs away from this, just 4 strikes away.
Oof.
Rips that.
And that is just foul. And that was a rip.
Could have been thundering all the way down the foul line and into the corner maybe for a double, but the count stays at 0-2.
Green sets. Can he put him away? Steps off.
I think we're just making sure that the ball, which ripped all the way down the line, was taken out of the field of play. So still 0-2. Oh.
And a looping curveball.
Just outside.
Just outside.
That was a bold take, I think, by the batter there.
Yeah, nice take. It's 2-2. And that ball is down in the dirt. It is 3-2, full count. Another Green going to another full count, 2 batters in a row. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 2-2. And that ball is up high.
Oh, my apologies, it was 2-2. I was telling Ollie
I'm
off.
trying to see the umpire's sort of second hand, so I think we've got some visibility issues here. It's all good. And yeah, Wilhelm takes a walk, and
so we have a pinch hitter now. So the catcher is being pinch hit for by Ale Lorenzo.
Lorenzo hitting 267 on the year.
And also it looks like Franklin Martinez is going to first base as a pinch runner.
Interesting. So Arrows unloading now in the last gasps with only 2 outs in which to kind of get back into this game. It's not out of the realms of possibility. It is a 3-run lead. And he takes nicely down low for ball 1.
I think catcher and pitcher wanted that strike. It's an interesting one to do the pinch runner. Essex needed to score 3, so we probably would have been driven around if he had made it, but they're just probably trying to add a bit of speed so the double play doesn't come into effect here.
We have 1 ball and 1 strike, so let's see what 27 does now. And right at the knees, that's a borderline call, but that goes in favor of Green. The count is 1-2.
Yeah, that was a pitch straight down the middle there, I think, from the middle of the plate, not necessarily from height-wise. So back to having the runner on, 2 strikes for the pitcher, James Green.
And he struck him out. The Mets are 1 out away. Huge strikeout there for James Green.
So here we are. Anuendi Perez potentially has to get on base. No, potentially about that. He has to get on base to extend this Essex Arrows title challenge.
That ball is up high for ball 1.
As you're saying a bit, Perez is the 9 hitter, so if he does get on base, we flip back to the top of the order with Juan Diaz and then the power hitters of Perez and Novas.
And
so
that has just hit Perez on the back of his calf, and he is aboard, and we have turned it over to the top of the lineup again. Perez.
Yeah, so the tying runner is now at the plate. If I was the London Mets, this is the man you need to get out. You do not want to be facing Perez or Novas, as they are the tying runners. Both of them have hit multiple home runs this season and could tie the game with but a swing. Just a catcher calling time here, so they could just discuss through, I think, the options that they're going to take here with Juan Diaz. But can baseball get more exciting? 2 runs, 3 runs behind, 2 base runners aboard, 2 outs. Who will be clutch here in this at bat?
What's your approach here for Diaz? Because he's not, he's not a power hitter, but he's obviously, he gets on base a fair bit. This is a big spot. He kind of need power.
It's an interesting one. I think this will probably be a patient approach. I think he knows that he's going to try and get ahead in the count, maybe then take a swing on something when he's got a good count, but probably look for that walk and let the big hitters come up behind him.
Oof. And we've got 2 very similar pitches from Green. Fastballs down in the zone, 1 for a ball and 1 for a strike.
So, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And
Contact.
that is laced. Is this it? Throw to second in time. And the London Mets are NBL champions for a 9th time in a row.
And you can see how much it means to this team. Essex had ran them hard this season, had taken the divisional title, but for the 9th time in a row, the London Mets are your NBL BBF champions. So, as said before, thank you for joining us for this broadcast. Please do not leave us. There will be a short on-field presentation. We will also have an interview with Will Linton, coach of the GB setup. And then, obviously, we will be showing you the AAA Game 3 as well shortly. So, please do not leave us, as there'll be more things coming shortly.
Wow, an astonishing game. Yet again, more offense, offense from these 2 teams. A lot better showing from the Essex Arrows today. And it looked like for a long portion of the game that they would sort of manage to maintain that lead. But eventually those sort of errors here and there, and a really good pitching performance by both Chris Messer and James Green sort of put them away. But really, really entertaining baseball from both teams. And yeah, I was begging for a Game 3, but a really deserved win for the London Mets. 9 times in a row. I believe that's 11 total now that they have to their name for the NBL BBF championships. And you can see their manager giving them a celebratory talk at the end, and we are shortly going to go to Russell Easom, who will be on hand to speak to them. We will also, I have partially got my wish because there is a Game 3 going on today. The deciding Game 3 between the Bristol Badgers and Croydon Pirates after a last gasp turnaround lead change, meaning that the Pirates have taken the Badgers to a game 3. So we will be bringing that to you shortly. First pitch for that game will be in 35 minutes at 2:30, giving us just a bit of time to have a sandwich or a hot dog at the clubhouse. There was also some very delicious looking vegetable samosas there. But for now, we will remain on the field for the top division of the BBF, looking at our NBL champions, the London Mets.
Sorry for that. Always technical difficulties, the way it always works. But I'm here with Derek and James. Derek, just talk through, like, how does the team keep the mentality in that game when it was like went down, you brought it back, you went down, you brought it back, and you finally got yourselves ahead?
Oh man, we started out. I thought we started out okay, then kind of went flat. Then it was just kind of we lost focus, errors kicked in. But yeah, it was honestly it's all these guys. That's them. From our starting pitcher, who he didn't maybe have his best, but he definitely grinded it out. And it was just like, okay, hey, let's just keep grinding until we get into what London Mets baseball is. And yeah, that was where we start to hit and start to pull it out.
Yeah, so obviously picking up those late runs got you ahead, but then Mesa had to throw a lot of pitches to get through those first 5 innings. So, like, maybe an earlier call than you were expecting to bullpen to have to bring in, James?
Yeah, he was kind of tired after, I think, 3, because that was like over 80, almost 100 plus pitches. So he came in and was like, okay, let me go out one more, then give him 20. So he was trying to really push himself for us. But yeah, and I was like, okay, well, I went to save Ryan in case, for the second game. And so I'm like, well, I'm going to James. Like, it was just something that I was like, okay, let me, just knowing how Essex is as far as hitters go, I just felt like that was the better matchup. So.
No, that's amazing to hear. So, James, yourself, like you've been there the weekend, kind of like sit through. It's kind of like the moment calls you. I was hearing as the team was saying there, like you've been with the team a lot this year, not had many chances to get out there and kind of do something on the game day. But how does that feel? How was that moment for you?
It's one of those things. I think when I've played baseball in the past, somehow, some way, there's always just been this clutch moment that I needed to play well, and I was able to today, which I'm very thankful for. The team helped me out so much, but it was, I don't know. I've played with Chris my whole life. I'm 25. I've known him since I was 2 years old, and I kind of saw him cooking a bit, and I thought, man, I might have to go in, and I just tried to get ready, and I'm fortunate that I did.
And yeah, obviously, like the first time you're up there, you're going 1, 2, 3, kind of like big clean inning, kept yourself with that 1-run lead, and then the boys tacked on some more to give you that confidence. What extra confidence does that give you to know that now you've got a little bit more wiggle room to play with?
Yeah, I mean it's a team effort, right? And I thank them so much for getting those runs because it was terrifying for me, but I'm glad it went well. But like that goes to Chris and the hitters, man. They gave me everything I needed to make it relatively easy. And yeah, that last inning, there was some loud chirping from the other dugout, and our guys were talking. And yeah, I haven't been on the mound much with our guys, so we were all kind of feeling it out, but we got there, which was great.
Yeah, and obviously with a fantastic play there from Sean to kind of like to get the out there. Like he may have not had kind of his best day with some of the throws, but he got there when it mattered. And yeah, it meant that you didn't have to face Angel. Yeah. And I think that just that last batter could have been a different one. Now, thank you so much for today. Congratulations to you and the team. We're back to you shortly for the presentation ceremony. Over to you, Ollie. Cheers, boys. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Good.
So there we have it. As we said before, the Mets have taken the title for, in some regards, far too many years. And to the Mets, as many years as they would like to continue to win it. But after they've taken their medals and celebrating together, I'm delighted to be here with Will Linton, one of the coaches in British baseball. I had the pleasure of having many conversations with Will on this soil and foreign soils about baseball. But today I think we're going to concentrate more on the U side. Firstly, Will, just give yourself a bit of an introduction and tell our listeners about yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on, Russell. It's a pleasure to be sat with you here, enjoying a great day of British baseball. Yeah, I've been involved in British baseball for as long as I can remember. I've come up through the system. I played in the youth clubs down in Tunbridge. I then played for the Brighton Buccaneers when they were a force to be reckoned with in the early 2000s. And then I spent a number of years with the national team as a player and then as a coach. And then I guess my last big thing was working with the national team as the video analyst at the World Baseball Classic. And then since then, I've been back on British soil, just trying to get as many kids playing baseball, whether that's in schools, through starting a new club, the Greenwich Giants, and then, of course, also running T-Rex T-Ball and trying to use that as a vehicle to inspire as many kids as we can to pick up a bat and start playing baseball.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. So let's kind of like start there with like, how have you kind of got about trying to increase like youth participation in baseball? Because that's the key thing. Like I think
Absolutely.
we've seen a quite fantastical growth in adult baseball in the United Kingdom over the last few years. But it kind of hopefully all we can like do is has to push the growth in youth baseball, because without that we're not really going to continue to grow as a sport.
No, for sure. Well, first off, it has to be child-centered. Baseball is an amazing sport, but if you don't have the prerequisite skills of being able to catch, hit, and throw accurately, it's kind of boring. And T-ball in itself, if you go to any park in the States and you watch kids play T-ball, there's more time of kids picking daisies and kicking dirt than they are actually having action. So for me, it's right, how do we take the game of baseball and make it very child-centered, action-packed, but layer in the skills that they need to then be competent baseball players as they get older. So we've gone into schools, we've used amazing resources from MLB. They have the program MLB First Pitch that supported Key Stage 2. If anyone doesn't know what Key Stage 2 is, that's kids who are 8 to 11. And then I've used T-Rex T-Ball in reception to year 3, which is like 4 to 7-year-olds. And using that as a blend, so it's much more games based. If you look at the activity, it's like, is that baseball? I'm not sure, but it's a round bat, a round ball that they're hitting forwards, often running around bases and practicing the skills that they need to become competent baseball players. But it's everything else that comes into it. It's about making baseball appropriate for kids on their own developmental journey, not just saying this is the one way and the only way to do it for whatever reason that might be. So yeah, that's been our big focus. And just think about, right, well, how do we just get more kids playing for as long as possible? I've been really inspired by, not even assisted sport, completely foreign sport, but football, and the journey of someone like Erling Haaland and where he come from, and his club back in Norway. They talk about this idea of we want as many kids for as long as possible so they can get as good as possible. And we've had that same mantra with the Greenwich Giants. And so we're just trying to grow as many kids. We're up to 44 members. We've been a club for 5 months, and we have 44 members, one of which is over the age of 11, and 27 are under 8. So that's, for me, is what it's all about. Get as many young kids as you can playing, get them to fall in love with baseball, both the idea and the concept, and then keep them having fun.
No, and that's fantastic to hear. And obviously, what the next steps as they go through your T-Rex ball and through that first pitch system is to, obviously, we want to see them become part of Great British Baseball.
Absolutely.
And over the last couple of years, we've had a very strong competition performance from the youth system, the under-12s, the under-15s, the under-18s, the under-23s that right now have just been playing out in China, taking a couple of wins against some tough competitions against the Netherlands and Taiwan, and covering a couple of tough losses that really could have pushed them another way. Like, how much has like British baseball from a youth perspective grown from, like, in your eyes, in the last like few years?
I mean, it's been a game changer for us in many ways. We've had a huge injection of kids. We've got more kids playing in schools. The Youth National Championships yesterday, there were 17 teams from, I think, 13 different clubs. Some of them, like us, the Greenwich Giants, were able to enter our own team. Others, like Brighton and Chichester and Essex and Cambridge, amalgamated to enter teams. But meant that we have one of the best days I've seen in a long time of youth baseball. You know, it was the under 10 and under 12 age group categories. You had kids as young as 6, no one older than 12, all playing. So that's of huge benefit. And I think sometimes we forget that the success of the national team and how that can impact kids. So yes, there's funding. Yes, there's prize money. But my son and his friends talk as much about Harry Ford and Michael Peterson as they do about Shohei Ohtani or West Ham Football Club. You know, those are the conversations happening, and that has happened because of the success of that team, because of the work that Drew and Liam before him and the staff they have now and the players they have now. They perform on the stage, and then I can go into an assembly in South London and say, here's Michael Peterson. He was born in North London. He could throw 100 miles an hour. He's pitching for the Dodgers. Well, now he's with the Marlins, obviously. But you know, that's a story that we can tell that we were not able to tell when I was growing up. And we have kids come down to our sessions just because of that story. And that's pretty powerful.
That's amazing to hear. Obviously, yeah, Harry Ford, Michael Peterson is a particular favourite of mine, and as well as our podcast crew.
And
as
such
well
wonderful young men too, as well. You know, great baseball players, but just amazing people.
Yeah, Michael Peterson was just met him in Arizona back in 2020 when the failed attempt at having a World Baseball Classic that was interrupted by the coronavirus, and then what we go through next. Obviously, what is coming not next year but in year advance, the British baseball team is in the WBC again. Just talk through the fact that we now have the potential for an Olympic cycle coming in 2028 as well. But what more dynamics that pushes for the high performance of baseball in the UK?
For sure. So, I mean, from a high performance standpoint, because the team's doing well, I think it unlocks opportunities we've never had before through UK sport. For sport in this country, rightly or wrongly, is funded whether you can get a medal or the likelihood of getting a medal. So the closer we are to get that over the line, the more likely it is that our teams get funded, which then does have a trickle-down effect. You know, it's not necessarily millions, but there's staff and infrastructure that can come in. And then we also get to that inspiration point that I just made about inspiring young people. But then what's interesting, to bring it all the way back to T-Rex T-ball, if you think about, well, if I'm a British kid, how do I get on the national team? I see Michael Peterson and he's throwing 100 miles an hour. How do I do that? Well, the beautiful thing is T-Rex T-ball is set up to do that because we don't focus on baseball IQ, because quite frankly, 6 and 7-year-olds, with the exception of a rare individual, don't have the cognitive awareness to have baseball IQ. There are some, and we can move them on, but we shouldn't structure a game around a rare individual or rare prodigy. We need to structure it around what most 6 and 7-year-olds need. So how do I get that? How do I start that journey of getting to throwing 100 miles an hour? Well, when you're little, you need to learn how to throw it hard and far. You don't need to worry about, can you as a pitcher's helper or a second baseman make a play to first base when the first baseman can't catch the ball? So we then take the games and structure, well, how do we make catching an individual game? How do we make throwing it hard an individual game? How do we make hitting for power an individual game and help them scale it so that then when they get to that IQ baseball age of, say 9 or 10, they have the competent skills to be amazing baseball players. And so that, for me, that's what the vision is. Like, how can we raise the base? How can we inspire kids, but give them the skill set so when they step on the field, people go, wow, these guys are amazing baseball players, and not just, okay, we've got to work on the fundamentals, which has been the thing that we've always talked about in this country for decades.
But yeah, it's amazing to kind of hear how passionate you are about British baseball. What can it do? I always think of, you just have those moments like a GB team in the Olympics is a dream, because it's an unbelievable level of coverage that will come with it compared to other aspects. But just having a moment where, if GB were to win a game in the Olympics, that win at the WBC is probably one of the greatest moments I've ever watched of baseball live. I imagine for yourself being part of it, it was one of those finest moments. But it was a moment that was kind of really known only to the people who were in baseball. They knew it was happened. That win at something like the Olympics changes the landscape entirely.
Yeah, I mean, the Olympics is our country has a wonderful fascination with the Olympic Games, and any sport, regardless of how amazing or bizarre or unfamiliar, gets that coverage. And if we are successful, and I think we have a 33% chance of medaling, looking at the way how the tournament is likely to be structured, that changes the narrative, and all of a sudden that could be the moment that Pandora's box of baseball is opened for us. And even if we aren't, we can certainly get there, qualify, put on a darn good show, and really show people that we're a force to be reckoned with. So yeah, I say, yeah, all guns blazing. Let's go for it.
Yeah, it's to the people who've been in British baseball for a long time, baseball was cruelly taken away from us in 2012. It was part of the initial bid, part of the setup back in when the games was awarded to London, but some politics that sits outside of our world at a much higher level removed baseball and removed it from being in London 2012, and we're kind of still fighting to get back to what could have been.
Oh, I tell you what, that moment still haunts me. So I remember being in a cafe in 2005 in Czech Republic. The Olympics is about to be announced, and it's between London and Paris. We're in the same cafe pizza place as the French national team. It's announced, it's London, and all of a sudden we're looking around the table because I was with the senior national team at the point, thinking, right, who's young enough? Who could play in the Olympics? Like, is it you? Is it me? Like, how could this work? What does my life now look like for the next 7 years? And then the next day they announce that baseball is out, and I can't tell you it just crushes your world. It crushes your universe. So yeah, that still is a sore one, dealing with the what could have been because of London 2012. But we have a chance to rewrite our own history. We're in charge of that destiny now. Baseball is in the Olympics. We have a chance to qualify. We have the players. We have the staff. We can do it.
That's amazing, and I think that's no better way to end it today. Will, thank you very much for joining today. I wish you all the best with T-Rex baseball and youth baseball in the United Kingdom, and with your youth system down in Greenwich.
Absolutely. Can I say one last thing about T-Rex T-ball, if that's all right? Which is, it's a vehicle, and it's a way to help clubs and coaches get kids involved. So if you like the idea of helping 4 to 7-year-olds be inspired to have fun playing baseball, then please get in touch through the website or email me at T-Rex T-ball to set up T-Rex T-ball, whether it's in a club or a park, wherever you are in the UK. We'd love to help out.
Awesome. Please do reach out to Will. We'd love to see more baseball here in the United Kingdom. We'll be back to you shortly for more coverage of the AAA Game 3 soon.
Welcome back to this Journey of Sport media production of the AAA BBF Finals, brought to you by Out of the Park Baseball 2025, the 108, and Traxis. Traxis. First time saying that, okay. So Traxis are a leading provider of software, hardware, data analytics, GIS, and services for the rail, traffic data, and wider transport industries, who sponsored the GB Under-18 team in Europe. The support from Traxis went towards helping lower-income GB baseball Under-18 players to attend training camps and tournaments, the promotion of youth baseball across the country, and Under-18 team equipment. The 108 is Europe's largest indoor baseball and softball centre. With bullpens, hitting machines, and full infield, the 108 helps teams and players practice all year round. Out of the Park Baseball 25 marks a milestone. 25 years of sports gaming excellence. Officially licensed by MLB, the MLB Players Incorporated, and KBO. This year's anniversary edition puts you in charge of your favourite baseball franchise. And this year, for the first time ever, you can play with BBF players. The BBF's NBL is not in the game. Your team, your legacy, your dynasty, play what the pros play. And whilst we watch the sort of plate meeting at the plate, just to go over our umpires for today, we have Bill Veron at home plate, Mike Shepherd at first base. Second base will be monitored by Petter Nordwall, and third base by Ted Tarosi.
So yes, we get to have an exciting Game 3 here of the AAA Final, because Croydon picked up Game 2 with a 5-3 victory. Those who were listening in to our broadcast earlier on would be aware of this, but yes, Croydon scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th, the last inning, to go from 2-3 down to 5-3 up, and have forced a Game 3. And as Ollie said earlier on, there are no beautiful 2 words in British baseball. Game 3.
Game 3. Whew. Just gets me pumped up.
So yeah, teams are about to come out onto the field to warm up, so we'll be back to you shortly. So, as we welcome you back to more British baseball, just want to give you a quick telling of who we actually are. I am Russell Easom. My co-host today is Ollie Powell. We are delighted to be able to bring you this broadcast with the help of Gabby Martins, who will be controlling the different camera shots you get and the graphics, as well as our man on the cam himself, Bruno, that'll give you those live tracking moments. So it looks, without much further ado, we'll be getting you live to Game 3 of this AAA final between the Croydon Pirates and the Bristol Badgers. Up to bat is Tim Sissinger.
And pitching, we have got Cole Jenkins on the mound, left-handed pitcher, southpaw. First pitch is up. Nice frame attempt by the catcher, but no good. That is a ball one to start things off. Nice pitch in there for strike one. I think that's the pitch he wanted first. Count is 1-1. Oof. Lovely, lovely fastball. Up high. Swung through. Count is 1-2. And that is chopped foul. Count stays at 1-2.
No.
That is quite high for 2-2. Just kind of seemed to maybe slip out of his hand. See, Cole is adjusting to a new mound. The game played previously today was on another field. And that is in the dirt. And number 13, leadoff hitter for the Badgers, has pushed this to a full count. Winds up. And that is popped up. We've got one coming over our heads here. Safely out of bounds. And that is popped up, but in shallow right. Should be light work for the second baseman who makes the grab. And we have one away in the first. Nobody on. Promising start from Cole Jenkins. Nice, nice fastballs to induce that kind of pop-up contact. And here stepping in for the Badgers, we've got Hollies, who is the catcher. And he's calling for time early. Not quite sure if that was the catcher or the batter calling for time there. So we've got another right-handed hitter. Cole Jenkins winds up and high for ball one. Saw a couple of those at the last batter. Obviously early game kind of nerves, making those balls rise, but he's got good velocity so far, it seems. And that is a strike straight down the middle. And it is 1-1. Two and one, misses outside and away. And up and away for ball three. So the count is 3-1. And that is a ball in the dirt. And Hollies is going to take a casual jog to first base. It's Cole Jenkins, sporting an ERA of 5.94 for the season. He's only pitched 16 innings, but has kind of, limited damage in terms of in slug and kind of home runs. Only given up 1 home run. And actually, apart from that, the only extra base he has given up is a double. So 1 double, 1 home run, the rest singles, which is promising, especially in a big game like this, deciding Game 3. Just trying to settle in there. So Holly's just made a steal on a pass ball, going from first to second. Winds up. And that is right at the letters. Jenkins is kind of thinking he might have had a chance on that call. Just sizing up plate umpire Bill Veron's strike zone at the moment. Seems to be tight when it's up. Bit of confusion going on here. I don't know if there's talk of maybe a bulk going on, or no? Okay. That was a bulk. So catcher and pitcher just having a conversation about what was wrong there. I don't think Cole really knows why that was called a bulk, or doesn't agree. And now Hollies is making his way back to second. Not quite sure what's going on here. Okay, it seems like maybe there was not a bulk.
So it looks like after discussion between some of the umpires there, they've decided it wasn't a balk.
Jenkins keeps his eye on the runner, winds up, and that is just outside for a ball. Got 1 on, 1 out in the top of the first inning. And that is ball 4. And it has also gone past the catcher, which means Hollies has advanced from second to third. Couple of cross-ups, I guess, between Jenkins and his catcher at the moment, and I think they'll just want to try and slow down and maybe get back a bit of command.
Yeah, didn't really see many balls get past the catcher in Game 1. Not certain if much happened in Game 2, so we probably won't be expecting much more of that once they get their plans together.
And runner goes, and he will have to go back as that is a foul ball.
So the batter, Say Applewado.
I think this is the tallest batter we've seen so far today. Oh, and a throw over to check on the runner.
And looks like the balk has been confirmed this time, though, from Mike Shepard, the first base umpire. Looks like he said that his leg effort was not going towards first base and was more towards home, and so the balk has been given. The runners both advance, and Bristol take a 1-0 lead.
That's not going to feel great, is it, if you're Jenkins, sort of a suspected bulk before that and then a confirmed one, and then that is the thing that drives in the run. It's not what you want, especially when you're struggling a bit with your command. And that was a really close call, but just outside again. I think Jenkins wanted that. And that is just up and away. These pitches are getting really close, but just not quite finding the zone at the moment.
Two balls, one strike.
Two balls, one strike. Just outside again. A lot of outside pitches to our Fadeu.
So now the count goes full.
I think this will be a huge boost if Cole Jenkins can strike this guy out. And the runner goes, and that is over to third, and that is safe. A safe call at third. Bit of a bang-bang play.
Didn't hold on to the ball there. That's why he was given out. He would have been out if the ball had stayed in his glove, but after making contact with the runner, it came loose, and he was safe.
That is, yeah, very, very unlucky, especially for the pitcher. Still looking for that second out. And that was a strikeout right down the pipe. Excellent pitch. That's got to feel good. So there are two down and a runner at third.
And up to the plate comes John Brownlee to see if he can extend this lead for Bristol.
And that has got past, and the catcher is not going to get back in time. That huge foul territory behind the plate has spurned Croydon, because that has enabled Bristol to score quite comfortably on that pass ball.
So the Badgers take a 2-0 lead here. Another slightly wild pitch there from Jenkins. Does not really look like he has found his stuff yet in this game.
Another early mound visit, or mound meeting between the catcher and the pitcher. Just trying to re-establish game plan and communication. Who do you think? Who's saying what at the moment?
I think Ambi is a fairly experienced catcher. I think he's just trying to get out there and calm down the pitcher, get him maybe to just get a couple of strikes over the plate here. Let's not get too adventurous. Let's just got a clean set of base paths now, so let's just attack this batter with some strikes.
That is
It's a close
low and
pitch,
inside.
but yep, as Ollie said, still not a strike.
And he takes a walk.
So this is not the start that Croydon would have wanted. Putting themselves down in an early hole, which they will struggle to get out of if this continues. Up to the plate now.
is Michael Comport.
Oh, and that was close. Close at the letters, but given a ball. So quite a few balls in a row at this point for Jenkins. Second walk issued just a moment ago, and down 2-0 here. That is clipping the outside corner, painting it for a strike. That is two balls and 1 strike. Short lead being taken by Brownlee at first. I think no need for them to kind of rush at the moment, but perhaps Jenkins could have a bit of pressure put on him. That is low, and Comport takes a walk, and that is the 3rd walk of the inning.
So they have runners at first and second now, still in this first inning. 2 outs, and just manager has already made the decision that he can't let this carry on any longer, and so he looks like he's going to come in himself to pitch. We'll just get the confirmation. So yeah, we're hearing it is a straight stop. Bernie and Jenkins switching over, so that is an arm burnt early there for Croydon. Bit of a shock to see Cole Jenkins not have it. He's struck out 30% of the people, but walked 20% of the people in so far, and he did have just shy of a 6 ERA in his 16 innings, but it doesn't look like he had it today, so they will go to Mark Bonney. Mark has pitched 10 1/3 innings so far this season with a 2.6 ERA. But yeah, that is over 4 appearances, so do not expect Mark to make it through the entire game. In the previous game, Croydon just used Timo Sally for 7 innings as a pitcher, and Bristol just used Luke Chaplin for 7 innings. So both of those pitchers, as well as the 2 starters from yesterday, are ineligible to come in and pitch in this game. So just as Mark is warming up, we will inform you that it is a 7-inning game, as was all the other games we've had so far this weekend.
It seems like, yeah, sensible kind of decision. Looking at the stats of, I mean, Cole Jenkins seems like very more than competent hitter. Really good numbers: 415 average, 730 slug, 519 on base percentage, and much better batting stats than Mark Bonney. So let's see if this change proves to be a good one for the Pirates.
So Mark just now having to give up his sunglasses, as pitchers aren't allowed sunshades on, even if he wasn't wearing them. And looks like we are about to get back to this still top of the first, with the Badgers leading 2-0 with runners on first and second. It is a first pitch swing.
Chops it, and it holds up going to first, and that has sailed over the head. Desjardins will move to second, and this is potentially going to score 2 here. Got Brownlee coming in to score and Comport coming in to score, and there is no play at the plate. And so that costly error turns into extra bases and 2 runs.
So the pitcher there looked like he wanted to, from the position that he was at, go to third, but given the third baseman had run in on the play, Short had not made it over to the base in time. And so after
looking for that throw and turning to first. He had a difficult play, which he launched over the head of the first baseman. And so 2 more runs score for Bristol. They take a 4-0 lead now with Laura Harai up at the plate. Laura is one of the top GB women players. And as people who were here for the broadcast yesterday may know, in British baseball, female batters as well as those under the age of 16 are allowed to use metal bats. That's why Laura has a metal bat.
It's a strike. Laura not so sure about that one. That one is well kept in by the catcher there. That was quite a crucial one to stop with Desgardins at third. That is clubbed foul.
Laura is an accomplished softball player as well as baseball. She has competed for Great Britain in both baseball and softball at international competitions.
Oh, and that is way up on Laura Hirai, who takes very well-earned walk. And early on, Mark Bonney perhaps having a bit of difficulty similar to Jenkins.
Yeah, I think he got that first pitch, which was put in play, that he hoped for the out to get him clean out of the inning straight away.
So.
Pitching to Laura Harai, probably after facing Anthony Descardin, is probably a difficult adjustment in zone given the stature difference.
Yeah. They are. Oh, and Laura is moved over to second base. She will have to move back. That was hit foul.
Yeah, pretty standard approach here, with especially on 2 outs, with a runner on first and third.
Running on contact, yeah.
Maybe even running on contact.
And Seeker hits a chopper. That has also just gone foul before crossing the third base.
So, Roger Seeker here, the manager, playing first base, as we'll see later on in the bottom of this inning. Takes that
and
high.
that sails up.
Throw
and
goes down.
Throw comes down, and a really
the runner
nice
on
slide.
third did not advance either. Maybe he wasn't keeping up on the play.
And they want to have a chat.
I think maybe a quick check there to remind her, maybe with the runner on third, that even though they stood a chance, it was maybe not the time to throw down. So with both runners now in scoring position, Rodri has a chance to drive in 2 if he puts the ball out of the infield.
Nice pitch by Bonney there.
So runners now on second and third.
Count is 1-2. This go a long way if Bonney could get a strikeout now. The Croydon bench baying for a strikeout there. Clearly outside. Count is 2-2. And that is blown out to shallow centre where it's collected, not without the loss of a hat. And that half inning is over. That was a long one. I think they'll be looking to shorten that up at the top of the second.
Yep, so that is a 4-0 lead for Bristol after managing to only score 5 in the first game and 3 in the second game. That is a lot of runs. We do anticipate this game will probably be slightly heavier on the runs given the quality of pitches that we're pitching in Game 3 compared to Game 1 and Game 2. But we'll be back to you for the bottom of the first shortly. So we're now here at the bottom of the first innings, and for Bristol we have Sean Wilkins pitching. Sean has pitched in 4 games for the Badgers so far this season. He has pitched for 15 innings and has a 6 ERA. He has completed 2 of the games so far, so Bristol will be hoping that he goes significantly longer than the opposing starting pitcher. Croydon now will definitely be looking to try and get some runs back immediately. So Ollie, a pretty amazing stat line if you look at the box score.
Yeah.
4-0-0. Don't see that too much in
No,
your
no.
lifetime.
And yeah, it unfortunately, you know, that does come. It shows us that it really just came down to the pitching. Well, the battery really. A lot of pass balls by the battery, and struggle finding command. Let's see what Wilkins can do. You know, he has quite a high ERA, but and that is first pitch drilled to right field. Good positioning by the right fielder to make the out, and that's already got to feel good. First pitch and 1 out. But yeah, as I was saying, Wilkins has a good walk rate, as I understand it. So you know, let's hope that he can keep that down and the defence can do their job.
So up to bat now, DJ Springstead, who playing shortstop in this game and pitched for Croydon in Game 1. He has a pretty good OBP, set at 536 before this weekend's play.
That misses down and away, so 2 balls, no strikes.
He'll be looking to get on base. He does have 29 stolen bases.
He looks, you know, when you can just tell someone is fast, he looks fast.
Yeah, I think we have ourselves, just speaking to him pre-game for the Game 1, he is still a college student who is over here on his gap year.
Okay,
so,
right. 2 balls and 1 strike on Springstead. And maybe not the best pitch to hit, but he chops it foul. Good reach across the plate. So that's 2 and 2.
See if Croydon are going to be aggressive against this pitcher.
And that is in the dirt for ball 3.
Well blocked by the catcher there. Obviously, nothing to keep from running, but still a good job done nonetheless.
Oh, that's just ripped, just foul to the left.
Just slightly early on that one. Good contact, but was out in front, which means that it pulled just a foot or two. So as Wilkins sets up to pitch, I don't know about you, but he gives me some Craig Kimball-esque
Yeah, the
vibes.
hanging arm. Yeah, yeah. Not quite. Oh, and
Strikeout called there by the umpire. I do not think that DJ Stewart Springsford agreed with that decision.
no.
He was making his way to first. But that looping curve came down according to the umpire.
I
So
mean,
two
great
outs.
pitch by Wilkins. Great pitch. That is right on the outside corner for strike 1. So we're seeing less generosity vertically and a bit more horizontally, I think, by home plate umpire Bill Veron. And that is down and in the dirt for ball 2.
I would be interested to know if Wilkins, the pitcher, has at some point been a fan of a team that Craig Kimball has pitched. That dangling hand is definitely a trademark. Just doesn't quite have the glove hand down.
No, I was just about to say the kind of sort of vampire bat wings. Yeah, and I found it quite funny to watch Craig Kimball since, PitchCom has come around, because I like to think he's just kind of looking at nothing and is just, he's keeping his routine by still doing his little bat wings. Bless him.
So Ambi, the catcher, takes a swing on that high pitch.
Swing and miss.
Hurtado has hit well throughout the season, with a good average in the 300s and an OPS in the 1100s. He's been a strong at bat, hitting triples in game 1, but he goes down swinging. And Croydon 1, 2, 3 in that inning. And so they make no dent into the 4-run lead, which Bristol gained at the top. So after 1 inning, Bristol lead by 4 runs to 0. And welcome back for the top of the second. Mark Bunny is back out there as the pitcher. He's going to have to go some ways and pick up quite a few outs here for Croydon if they're going to stand a chance of doing well in this game. Well, they still do have 2 or 3 arms which they can go to, but there is not many left.
Do you think, from maybe what little information you've gathered, Russell, did they empty the tank last game in terms of pitchers?
No, they just used Timo Sali and they used DJ Springfield by instead. So they've used effectively 2 of their most accomplished pitchers already. After this, the people who've done innings for them,
They still have Gerald Aguilar and Domikis Morata.
Lovely, sorry to interrupt, lovely play by Springstead. Their throw from short to first to get the runner.
Yeah, so a couple of players still that can be used for pitching, but it is probably just a couple before they really go to arms that are not prepared or have not thrown this season.
Yeah. Well, this is already looking a bit more promising from Bonnie. Oh, unlucky on that call, just inside.
It's a sidearm slot here from Mark. Ooh. Yeah,
That
good to
gets
say.
a strike.
Looked a strike to me. It's a
Yeah.
slow call from the blue there, but made it in the end.
Holly's calling time. Just a reset. That is just at the knees for a strike.
Holly's walked in the first inning and made it all the way to round the bases on a wild pitch, a passed ball before then going on a wild pitch
And that is
again.
hit just off the tip of the bat. Centre fielder doing a great job, had a snow cone and stayed with it to make the play. Incredible play.
Yeah, great athleticism there from the centre fielder, ran in on it, got to a position to make the catch and held onto it after he had to roll through after making the play. So 2 quick outs here for Croydon. Really what they are looking for.
Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Up to bat now is Alex Watson playing shortstop. So both of the starters from game 1 playing shortstop. It's if you are familiar with low-level baseball across this country as well as many others, the best players usually end up playing shortstop when they're not pitching.
Oh, scraping the outside corner there for a strike. And I believe the count is 0-2. Oh, it's 1-2. I desperately need to get myself a strike counter. And that is a strikeout on a phenomenal pitch down and away by Mark Bonney. And, well, that was 100 times better from the Pirates. A much cleaner inning, and they will hope that it's like that the rest of the way.
So that keeps it at 4-0 after the top of the second. We'll be back to you shortly. So we are back now for the bottom of the second inning. Croydon went 1-2-3 in their first time at bat. They're going to have to do something different and in quick time if they're going to get themselves back into this game, being down 4-0. So up to bat now is Cole Jenkins.
Obviously, he was the pitcher to start this game, but now has moved over to first base.
Left-handed hitter, as I stated before, very good stat line on the year. And that ball just down in the dirt. And to a left-handed hitter, Wilkins' pitches, look sort of quite different and sort of running away from his pitching hand on that occasion. Oh, that is smoked to right field and foul.
Just a little bit early on that swing, but good contact. It's just clouded over here at Farnham Park. It's not quite as sunny as it was. Starting to feel more like mid-September.
Cole Jenkins, 3 home runs on the season. And
Not that I doubt anyone's power in this country, but I quite doubt the fact that he probably faced fences that were this deep.
Yeah, yep.
Someone himself who owns probably a 270 home run. And
He
ball
takes
4
a
there.
walk.
So the Pirates get themselves a base runner. And seemingly the rally bell is going early here to trying to get the Pirates back on into this game.
What is the Valley Bell?
They're just ringing a bell anytime something happens and they need to rally, so I've called it a rally bell.
Oh, sorry, a rally bell. I sort of like Valley Bells, sort of thinking, is there any valleys in Croydon? There are not.
It's a good take by the first baseman there. I thought we were going to have another one of our pick-off adventures with the ball sailing to the deep wall here.
And hey, it might not be as slick as other leagues, but it's exciting when that happens, let's face it.
And
that ball is high
it's a
and
good jump.
Throw down. And nice backup by the shortstop. Harai just missing on that and preventing any further gains on the base pass was the shortstop.
But a good steal there from Jenkins.
This is the third baseman, Florentino. Fouls it off his ankle, it looked like. It's looking remarkably unperturbed by that.
Obviously, we are aware that the umpire has set himself up perfectly, so we can't quite see the zone.
That is drilled high and deep, but not deep enough. And that is snagged by the left fielder. However, Jenkins has enough space to advance.
So the runner gets to third base just from one batter and one out, but that does mean that the game is still 4 runs behind them, but they have 1 out and a runner on third base to try and cut into this deficit. Up to base now, up to plate is Timo Sali.
Wilkins paints a fastball right at the letters, just a touch too high for ball 1.
Yeah, I think Timo looked like he wanted to go early on that pitch, but knew it was going to stay high.
That one is down at his knees for a strike. 1-1. So you were, I caught your interview with Timo yesterday. He seems like he's been around the game for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So have you had much interaction with him before?
Personally, yeah, I've been involved in a couple of games against Timo. He is a great competitor and a wonderful individual on and off the field. He's been part of the Pirates system for a long time, and I don't think you'll find many people who will give you a bad word against Timo. I think he's basically claiming that ball hit him, but
yeah. I heard a thud, but I don't know if that was the catcher's glove or not. I mean, that was a pretty high velo fastball, and could read that one before the ball even hit the mitt. Ball 4, and Timo Sali has drawn a walk.
Well, in some rights they say the ball never lies, so he was
Ball
given
don't
his
lie.
base. So now runners on the corner. Timo has stolen 15 bases this year, so runners 1 and 3rd with 1 out. We probably will see some movement here. It goes on the pitch.
And straight away, Russell, you're right on the money with that one.
Yeah, takes that. Catcher makes no effort to throw, given the scenario. But now Corridon have runners in scoring position. 2 of them for the batter.
And that ball is outside.
Yeah, Osiris Ramirez. Made that nice play in centre field earlier on. Can he now add one with the bat to bring this game closer together? Another high pitch.
Very high pitch. Hawkins deals, and that just caught a piece of Ramirez's bat.
And what a beautiful DeMarini it is.
Another DeMarini. Do they just come in orange?
They don't just come in orange, but I think...
Is it any coloured bat I should be sort of wary that it could be a DeMarini? Is that...
Usually the 2-colour option that you kind of can clearly see there is the style.
Okay.
They're obviously one of the main bat producers across the globe, and not just those composite bats. But that is hit. There's a huge infield fly, but not an infield fly, because there was no runners
Easy
on
pop
first.
up.
But that is the second out.
And coming up to bat, we have Daryl Botes.
Botes, who knows?
Botes, sorry, Daryl Botes.
I don't know.
Botes, Botes.
Botas,
We're not sure.
Who knows?
Put your suggestions in the YouTube chat comment section.
Also, we do apologise thoroughly for any mispronunciations of names over this weekend. I know I have butchered a fair few myself. Contact is made.
And there we go. That should be another easy play for the shortstop in time. And that is the inning over. Some nice defensive work there by the Badgers, who managed to maintain their 4-0 lead.
So welcome back here to Journey Media Sports production of the AAA BBF Finals Game 3. We're here at the top of the 3rd, and Bristol have a 4-0 lead, all from the first
inning. Pitching now still is Mark Bunny, who came in to relieve Cole Jenkins in that first inning.
Ball in the dirt for ball 1.
So, bat now for Bristol is their centre fielder, Sei Awayofeju.
Ball 2, up and in. On Sei. And Hurtado just checking with the ump there that wasn't strike 1. It was in fact ball 3.
Yeah, I think he thought that came over the plate, maybe the back end.
And that is ball. Oh, no, strike 1. Apologies.
Yeah, I think the batter having not having the free swing sign on 3-0 there.
And swing and a miss. Bonnie is back in this count. 3-2.
See what we get here.
And that is a pitch inside again. And say Awo Fadeju is taking a walk. Once again, apologies for the complete butchery of pronunciation, particularly on my part. So we have Brownlee, who is the scorer of one of the Badgers' 4 runs. And that ball is high.
Looks like another balk has been called here, this time on Bonnie by the first base umpire once again.
Are you seeing this, Russell? Are you? Because I think I'm missing it. I don't know if I'm paying attention to maybe the batter too much, but I'm missing these.
So I didn't see what specifically went on that one. The one that was called in the first inning that stood, I think he gave the balk because he's a lefty pitcher and he didn't make enough movement towards first with his leg.
Yeah,
the leg movement
that can
was too
always
much
be tricky,
towards,
can't it?
home plate, but.
And that is smoked to right field, and that is down and fair. And that will push Say to third base.
But it looks
and
like the
Brownlee
runner has
is-
potentially hurt his ankle there, running down to first.
Brownlee
need
is
to check.
hobbling.
On the player here, looks like the manager's going to come out and quickly take a check.
I think if you've ever played baseball or softball, we've all been there when we have jammed our foot. Well, presumably he's either jammed his foot on the base or rolled it.
Be interesting to see if he can continue. The Bristol team has a few substitutes, but not too many. So let's just see how the player does, given a little bit of time. Looks like he is going to stay in the game. Manager is waking his way back to the dugout, not looking like he's asking for a replacement runner. So the runners now are on the corners then. So no outs here with the runner on first and third. Although I've said it many times over this weekend that I would expect the runner at first to now try and steal. This might be the one occasion where I might not expect the runner at first to try and steal.
I don't think we'd begrudge him that.
So now Michael Comport up to hit. Comport walked.
Was that the first hit for the Badgers as well? That is a chopper to short, and that has gone between the legs of the shortstop Springstead, and that allows
the run to
Comport
score
to go to first and for the run to score. So that balk ended up being quite costly as that was scored by the same runner.
So yeah, that's now a 5-run game. Still with no outs here in the inning, and up to bat is Anthony Desgarden. Had the pleasure of speaking to Anthony before game 1 yesterday. We grew up playing baseball in France and fouls that one off.
See, I've been going with Desgardins.
Probably
Been
is more
putting
French.
a little, sort of trying to put my French flair on it there.
Desgardins.
Desgardins. Lovely name. Or it sounds
Somebody
lovely.
from Southeast London would probably just call it the garden.
Yeah. Swing and a miss.
Ball
Lovely
strike
pitch.
3.
Swung right through that.
So gets the first out of the inning there for Croydon. They are facing the 7, 8, 9 hitters from last one. So we'll look to try and get 3 outs here and not allow the top of the lineup to get these base runners.
Swing and a miss for Laura Hirai.
Big aggressive first swing there, but that pitch drifted out of the zone. Takes the second one for a strike there, though. 2 down in the count, 0-2 quickly.
Laura worked a walk last time she was up. Down 0-2. Chopper once again. This time Springstead fires to 2. And they can't turn the double play. And that scores another run on a fantastic but maybe unnecessary slide from the injured Brownlee. And
Takes the lead to 6 runs. Put the ball in play there. Sali must have felt rushed on the throw after picking the one up, picking the out at second. And the overthrow, well, not the throw, but the throw in the dirt, not picked up by Jenkins at first, meant that Harai and Bonnie took extra bases. And now it is 6-0. And Bristol have a runner on second with 2 outs. So that pitch, off-speed pitch in there, not given a strike, just set outside of the zone there by the umpire. Definitely looked like Bonnie wanted that strike call.
fastball, that is hit back foul. Seeker hitting 279, 302 and 500 on the year. And that is a borderline call not given to Bonnie, and that is a ball. That is hit well, but the left fielder has got back underneath it for the final out, and the Pirates give up a couple of more.
Well, looks like the Essex team down there have maybe a few beverages in them, commiserating their loss, and they've got their voices firmly aimed at cheering for the Croydon Pirates. But it is 6-0 now, heading into the bottom of the 3rd inning. We'll be back to you with the bottom of the 3rd shortly. We are live back here for the bottom of the third. Bristol tacked on a couple more runs and have extended their lead to 6 now. After 2 tight games for game 1 and game 2 with a 5-4 win for Bristol and a 5-3 win for Croydon. The Badgers have really come out aggressively in this first few innings and have a 6-0 lead.
Nice first pitch just outside for Wilkins. That is ball 1.
Batting is Mark Body.
That is high upstairs for ball 2. Bonnie's first time up at bat. And just a bit high at the letters of Mark Bonnie's jersey there for ball 3.
Yeah, he wanted to take a hack at that, but realised it was going to be a high pitch.
Showing bunt quite early there, Bonnie, and that is down, and he will take a trot to first base.
Yeah, I think after the 3 balls, he was teasing the pitcher to tell him get him to throw a strike. Was not achieved, and so for pitch walk means that we move on to
back to the top of the lineup, De Jesus. And that is safe. Bonnie just got there in time in a cloud of dust. Hirai applying the tag just a little late.
So that was maybe one of the more surprising base runners of the day. Not many for Mark Bonnie, but I'm guessing Croydon have to be aggressive now to get games back. And it goes for a foul.
And that is a very nice play by the catcher, who throws back to second. And Laura Hirai absolutely correct to tag Bonnie there, who had kind of jammed himself up on the base, and he does look to be shaken up.
So the bunt attempt there by the leadoff batter, Jose Luis de Jesus, was popped up to the catcher. And as Bonnie was trying to obviously advance on the bunt, had to quickly make his way back to second to be safe. He did do so in time, but has jarred his legs, I think, in trying to make his way back to second. Player is just down for a minute, being checked on by his fellow Croydon players. We'll just wait to see how he feels here. This could be a significant one for the game.
Yeah, and he started to pitch well, and, you know, this doesn't look good, does it? Because, I mean, it's not like Brownlee's injury earlier, which is, you know, he's able to kind of be stood up and walking around. Bonnie is still on the floor.
This sadly looks like to be a more serious injury, so while this is being looked into, we'll take a quick break and be back with you shortly. So it does look like Mark Bonny is being helped off the field. His shoe has been removed and does not to look like to be anything seriously, but is going to be enough to take him out of the game. We will see what this means for Croydon. So we'll have to have a pinch runner at least, and then a new pitchers come for the next inning. Okay, so it looks like the pinch runner for Croydon will be, I think it's going to be Gerald Aguilar. Yep, he pitched, I think, just 23 play appearance pitches yesterday, so he can stay and come back in today. So he still is eligible to pitch today.
Ball down in the dirt that ricochets off the catcher's helmet, and Aguilar is able to advance to third base, seeing some early action, having just come into the game for the injured Bonny. And chop foul again by Springstead. So the Croydon Pirates' first run is 90 feet away now. They've yet to actually get a hit, and that is smacked quite far foul.
Another rip there from Springfield, but again ahead on the play.
I can't tell if Wilkins is throwing him off speed stuff or if Springstead is just sort of getting out in front of these pitches. Done that a couple of times. That's popped way up and just over our heads.
A nice, delightful thud sound behind us, knowing that it has safely gone over our heads. So count is still with the pitching's favour. 1 and 2. And contact is made.
That is going to be a tough play for the shortstop to make, and he does. Fantastic, quick release by the shortstop, number 20, who, if you squint, kind of looks like a bit of a dead ringer for Gunnar Henderson, and made a play that I think Henderson would be proud of.
Yep, but as that ball was hit in play, Aguilar made himself all the way to home, so Croydon have given themselves a runner on the board. So they've reduced the deficit from 6 to 5. It's 6-1 to the Badgers. But now the catcher, Ambi Hurtado. Hurtado has hit well so far this weekend, but struck out at his first time up. See how he can do in this second time facing the pitcher.
Pitch is way high from Wilkins.
Wilkins has got a big lead to work with here. Can be aggressive. Doesn't really have to pitch around anybody.
That is just outside. And takes the ball in the dirt. Hurtado being a lot more patient that time around. It's kind of taking some real rips his first time around. And he earns himself a walk in the bottom of the third.
Hurtado, although looked speedy on legging out his triples, has stolen just 3 bases this year. But interesting to see if he's aggressive here or not. Nope.
That is
Contact
hit
is
right
made.
up the middle and through the gap. Great piece of hitting by Jenkins, who is rocking a perfect on-base percentage in this game so far.
So
2 for 2.
with Jenkins putting Hurtado over to second, it is 2 outs with 2 men on here at the bottom of the third, with Croydon looking to further work their way back against the 6-run deficit. They've made it 5. Will they work their way closer again? Up to bat now, Fiorentino.
Florentino flew out his last time up.
We'll see what we'll get. Some aggressive.
Eyes on the creeping runner, Hurtado.
Hurtado is being aggressive there at second base. And the pitcher is keeping his eye on him. I'm a little bit surprised he's letting it get to him. He's ahead by 5 runs and has 2 outs. Kind of probably should not be worrying about the base runners. Just should be attacking the pit batters that are in front of him and getting those outs.
I mean, Hollies has done really well at stopping some of these balls that are bounced in the dirt. And there goes Hurtado and Jenkins. And Jenkins is in safely, as is Hurtado. Both runners advance. And the Pirates are looking pretty lively in the bottom of the third inning with just 1 out.
So 1 ball, 1 strike. So after that steal attempt, the count is 1-1.
Chop back. The count is now 1-2.
So Pirates have the place runners in scoring position, but it is 2 outs and it is 2 strikes against the batter. Can Jorge Florentino drive in more runners for Croydon?
And right on the letters for a ball. Florentino staying patient. And takes a rip at that one. Catches a piece. Foul ball.
Yeah, a little bit high, a little bit inside, probably that one, but makes contact with it and stays alive. So count still 2-2. And gets him
Swing
to chase.
and a miss. And Florentino, you can see, is disappointed. And I think his stat line would tell you that he's usually more kind of patient and used to getting on base.
So Croydon get 1 run back, but they leave 2 runners in scoring position. We are 6-1 to the Badgers through 3. We'll be back to you for the top of the 4th shortly. Okay, and we are back here for the top of the 4th inning. Pitching now for the Croydon Pirates is Gerald Aguilar, who came in for the injured Mark Bonney as a pinch runner and has stayed in as the pitcher. So Croydon are on to their 3rd pitcher, and we are only into the 4th inning.
So yeah, Aguilar is sort of 6.57 ERA. He's only pitched sort of 12 innings, but got himself 3 wins this season. So ERA might not be super encouraging, but that success rate is.
Yeah, with the league average being in the 8s, he's above average pitcher.
That is true. I need to remember to adjust my expectations of ERA, and yeah, of course, not any disrespect to Aguilar. That is
So it looks like
that looks pretty good.
Bristol are back to the top of the order. So we have Tim Singerser up to bat.
So Singerser's flown out. He's grounded out. Can he reach base in his 3rd attempt against his 3rd different pitcher that he's facing already? Croydon have not had great luck with their pitching. Can Aguilar turn it around? So 2 balls taken by Singerser. Nice, that's it. Aguilar finding the zone on that occasion. Singerser just getting the measure of him. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, just taking a couple of pitches to get an eye of what this pitcher is capable of.
And that is drilled out to right field and foul.
Do I have to say I do like the fact that
Oh, okay.
so do like the fact that Singerser's bat does seem to match the kit very well.
Yeah, really nice coordination.
Fouls another one off to stay alive in this at bat. And here comes the next pitch.
Up high for ball 3.
So the count is now full.
Ball 2.
Ball 2, maybe. Do apologise.
Yeah, my mistake initially. And that is ball 3 in the dirt.
I was just being prophetic. I knew.
Yes, absolutely. It's another one of your prescient visions.
So I'll test you, Ollie. Is he going to walk him? Is he going to strike him out?
This is going to be a strikeout. It is, in fact, a pop-up to right field. Oh, and a diving attempt at a catch does not pay off. Bit of a cross-up between first base and right field there. And that has resulted in Singerser making his first appearance standing on first base.
So yeah, right fielder tried to come in on that, was struggling to do so and had to make a sliding bucket catch and did not pick it up. Uncertain if the first baseman could have made a better play, but was called off by the right fielder. So the leadoff runner is on.
And Singerser back in time and standing up.
And Tom Hollis is still waiting to receive his first pitch of this at-bat.
Is a
Nice
strike.
pitch there. I think even though they are behind, the pitcher is going to have to be aggressive. to make sure that he can stay in the game.
And already that is 2 early pick-off attempts by Aguilar, which is already showing a lot more aggression in that respect compared to Jenkins and Bonney before him.
Yeah, well, Singasa has 20 stolen bases in the season, so we would expect
And
him to
there
go.
he
And
goes.
he does.
But that is hit high and deep to centre field, who makes the grab. Singasa goes back to tag. And we have
So a good
first
play
out.
by the centre fielder there. Took that one back, got himself into position and made a great play. Obviously, the runner had it, was stealing, but he halted himself, saw that it was going to be caught, and made his way back to first with no real play there. So, 1 out, 1 man on, here in the top of the 4th.
Ball up high.
Yeah. Alex Barson at the plate now.
That is foul. Well caught by the solitary fan in a flannel shirt over the left field wall.
Looks like he'd gone out there to pick up one of the foul balls from earlier on in the game, and that foul ball was clean. A can of corn out there for him in left field.
I mean, that's drawn the biggest applause of the afternoon.
Should be banana ball, and if it was, Croydon would have had themselves a second out.
And that is strike 3. No, strike 2, sorry.
Yeah, just a little foul tip there into the glove. So, be a good big strikeout if he can get rid of Martinson here.
And then another throw over to Singasa. 3rd time, and Aguilar's got a very quick turn and throw to first. That's that could be something to watch out for the Badgers.
Yeah, it's slightly surprising as he's taken the lead. He hasn't made a dive back to first yet, so he's not expecting something at massive speeds.
That is a strikeout for Aguilar. That will certainly feel good.
Yeah, after giving up the first base runner, he's done well now with that fly out and now a strikeout before going up against now Bristol's centre fielder. Time just called by the umpire as the first baseman has to be in the field of play when the pitch is trying to be made, can't stand behind the plate. And after a brief discussion, it looks like everything is okay, and we'll be back to Aguilar pitching. I expect maybe another steal.
Fouled back.
And he did go, but the foul means that Springer has to make his way back to first once again. So 0-1.
And that is just outside for ball 1.
So 1 ball, 1 strike. It is 2 outs now, so Singasa can probably still be aggressive on the base paths if he wants.
That is just in the dirt on the plate, and that is ball 2, 2-1.
Yeah, he has tried to go a couple of times and been caught by that fly out and that foul ball. See if he does try and go a 3rd time and be aggressive and advance himself than the Bristol cause.
And that is fouled back again for strike 2. count is 2-2.
So 2 foul balls there. Split by 2 balls. Puts it at a 2-2 count.
And then
strike
a
3.
excellent strikeout for Aguilar. Couple of strikeouts that inning, and he's looking pretty good.
And that's the second time we think the center fielder for the Badgers just took strike 3 and walked away knowing that it'd been a bad decision. So the Pirates managed to stop the Badgers getting any more. It's 6-1 heading into the bottom of the 4th. And we are back here for the bottom of the 4th. We are halfway through this baseball game, as it is a 7-inning game, because this is the second of a doubleheader today and the third of the series. Croydon managed to shut down the Badgers in that last inning, but the Badgers still do have a 6-1 lead. Up to the plate now is Timo Sali.
Timo Sali walked last time he was up, takes first pitch strike from Wilkins.
Wilkins took 56 pitches to get through the first 3 innings, and if he probably maintains that, he will probably go for most of the game. And with this lead, the Bristol team will not really be forced to go to their extra arms unless Croydon can get a few runs back.
That is chopped to second baseman Laura Hirai, and Sali's speed just beats out the throw.
Yeah, not much I think can be done there by the infield. That was a pretty slow chopper up the middle. Both the shortstop and the second base having to run in on it to even stand a chance of making play at first. But Sali's speed did not give Laura Hirai any chance.
Sometimes for those faster batters, it seems like it's almost an advantage to do those choppers sometimes, you know, giving time to hustle down. And that is hitting shallow center right, and Sali needs to hustle back to tag up at first. Almost caught out there.
Yeah, it was quite a shallow hit. He was probably not anticipating the right fielder for Bristol to be so far in, but that was some good scouting there. And so the shallow right fielder took the out and kept nearly gave Sally a little bit of a worry getting back to first there. So 1 out now in this inning.
And that has got away from the first baseman. And Sali is hustling his way to third and will be there. And he holds up on that one, sensibly so. So nice hustle from Sali going from first to third on yet another pickoff attempt error that we've seen quite a bushel of them.
Yes. I don't know what a bushel of pickup errors. I feel like
That's the collective noun. I've looked it up. Yeah.
Personally, I want a plethora of pickup errors. I think the alliteration.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We'll have to think, or maybe listeners, you can send in your votes. That has dropped
there we
down
go.
for a hit.
And that will score Sally easily, and will get Botes to first base.
So the lead has now cut to 4. He kind of was quite a high pitch and got his hands on that one a bit late, but muscled it over the infield, and it dropped just shy of the fence line and was enough for a single and a chance for the runner to score. So 1 out here. So 6-2 now, with Gerald Aguilar now at the plate.
And catch slightly bobbled, and we've got another ball getting away from the defense, and Badgers need to be careful now about not letting Croydon back into this game, because the previous 6-0 lead is now 6-2.
And another runner has managed to get to third base with minimal effort. A bloop, a stolen base, and an errant throw or bad pickup. We'll see what the score is. Will go, puts the runner to third. So with 1 out, a runner on third again. He swings at that one, but it makes it way past the fence. So 0-2 now, as it was a strike on the pitch, which ended up going thrown down for the stolen base attempt.
Ball in the dirt, and that has passed Hollies, and it will score Daryl Botes. Daryl Botes, still not sure which one, and the Croydon Pirates have cut the deficit in half, 6-3. And Hollies, who's been so sturdy, you know, stopping those pitches go to the backstop, that one got away from him.
Yeah, that one will probably still sit on the pitch. It was in the dirt before it got to Hollies, but he had done a great job so far of keeping everything in front of him. But now it is but a 3-run lead.
And that is a strikeout for Wilkins.
Yeah, so it is now 6-3, and we head back to the top of the order with Jose Luis De Jesus.
De Jesus has flown out twice in this game, and he will be desperate to, well, yeah, get the ball in a gap somewhere. De Jesus sporting a more than healthy 1.069 OPS. That is a low and away strike. De Jesus looking perhaps a bit skeptical about that one and taking a timeout. The count is 2-1. And that one is way upstairs. It goes to 3-1.
All the momentum seems to be shifting from one side of this diamond to the other.
Oof. A really borderline pitch at the knees, called a strike, and it is 3-2. That is upstairs. De Jesus will take a walk, and he will reach base for the first time today.
So it's still 2 outs. So it's still 2 outs. Looks like the manager might be having a quick word with the pitcher, though. It's not had the greatest 4th inning here. Gonna see what their options are. Just looks like it's going to be a conversation this time. Trying to get Wilkins through this inning. He has only thrown 71 pitches, so his arm probably should still be good to go for a little bit longer. It's just getting situational here. For the first time in the day, the tying run for the Pirates is on deck.
First pitch with Springstead showing bunt. That is strike 1. 2 outs.
Takes that pitch for a strike, allows the runner to advance. So now the runner is in scoring position. Big contact is
popped
made.
right up. Hollies is looking kind of hopefully underneath it, and that goes to the first baseman.
Great work there by the first baseman. Charging in, taking control and calling that for the 3rd out. So Croydon get 2. So the deficit has been reduced to 3. Through 4 innings, the Bristol Badgers lead 6 runs to 3. We'll be back for the top of the 5th shortly. And we're back here for the top of the 5th. It is now a 6-3 game. Croydon have now worked their way half the way back from that 6-run deficit and find themselves back into this game. Continuing to pitch will be Gerald Aguilar. Picked up a couple of strikeouts in the last time through the order, so he will be looking to work through the lower part of this Badgers order and put another 0 on the board and let those Croydon batters hopefully continue to work their way back.
That is strike 1.
Batting now is George Brega, who has come in to pinch hit for the previous DH, Jonathan Brownlee, who is the lad who definitely twisted his ankle on the play. But a line drive straight to the shortstop there is quickly done.
Nice positioning from the defense there. Springstead making a nice catch.
Yep. wasn't a scorcher off the bat, but it was still good positioning and a nice clean take to get the first out. And they move
And he
on
does
to
not hold up on the swing on a pitch outside of the zone. And that is strike one on Comport.
As we were saying in the last inning, if this is a quick 1-2-3, you can start to feel the energy moving from that Bristol dugout into that Croydon dugout.
It sort of sounds like this is what it was like in their game earlier today. You know, a couple of lead changes, momentum shifts. That ball is up high. A speculative frame job from Hurtado there, not falling. The ump.
From my personal experience of umpiring, if somebody did that to me, I'm more inclined to count for 2 balls.
And up high again. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2-2, sorry, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Another quick out here would be great for Croydon.
And another nice pitch by Aguilar, but managed to, Comport managed to get a piece of it. Count stays at 2-2. And that is trickled along the first base line, an easy grab and trip to first base for Jenkins, the first baseman.
Yeah, nice clean play there from Jenkins. Positioned himself till he'll get a bounce off the dirt and picked it up clean and then just trotted to first base for the out. So, 2 quick outs. And we move on to Anthony Desgarden.
That first pitch is down in the dirt for ball 1. And that is fouled back. And the count is 1-1.
So, Aguilar working efficiently here. You want to get out of this inning in quick stead.
And did he? I mean, there was it. Looked down the pipe anyway, but the first base umpire says he went around. So second time this inning, which we haven't seen a lot of today actually. Batters not managing to hold up on check swings, and the count is 1-2 on Desgardins. And that is high from Aguilar. Count is 2-2. And that is chopped in the direction of Sali, who makes an easy throw to Jenkins. And a really nice clean inning from the Pirates. That they will be really pleased with that.
Yep, so 3 up, 3 down. Aguilar has retired 6 of the 7 batters that he's faced so far, and he puts another 0 on the board, which means Croydon get another chance to close the gap. It's now 3 runs, but it will be after the bottom of the 5th. We'll find out shortly. Finals. Okay, and we're back now for the bottom of the 5th inning, and we have a pitching change from Bristol. After the 4 innings of pitching, Wilkins has come out of the game. His 4 innings, he gave up 3 hits, walked 5 and struck out 4, gave up 3 earned runs. He's going into play at second, and Laura Harai is coming into pitch. That does mean that Bristol will lose their DH, with Wilkins going in to replace George Breger, who came in to pinch hit in the last inning. But now Bristol have made their first move to the bullpen, bringing in Laura Harai. So up to bat is Ambi Hurtado.
Okay, so first pitching change for the Badgers, and Laura Harai on the mound. Low and away strike 1. Clipping the bottom of the zone there. And that is in the dirt, well blocked by Hollies. Harai hasn't pitched an awful lot this season, 9 innings, but she has a win to her name. And in her warm-up, she was throwing some heat, but a lot upstairs. These are all going quite low to the batter, and Hurtado takes a walk.
So we'll see what the Pirates' approach is here after seeing 4 out of 5 balls from the new pitcher. Cole Jenkins up now. We'll see if he has a aggressive or if he's going to take his time with Laura Harai's pitching.
And the pressure is on Harai, you know, to keep this three-run lead intact. So needs to start finding the zone soon. And that is a nice pitch, a strike and a throw down to second. A really close play, but safe for Hurtado. He talked about his stealing prowess, or at least his speed on the base pass. We saw it there.
So strike on the pitch with that throw down, and so Croydon have the runner in scoring position. The batter is down 0-1.
That is 1 ball and 1 strike.
Off speed there, which just stayed a little bit too far inside.
If you're Harai now, are you sort of keeping an eye on Hurtado at all, or you're just focusing on getting into the swing of things? That is a nice swing and miss for strike 2, 1 and 2.
I think given the 3-run lead, the runner at second is not going to hurt you yet. I think you'll make sure that he's kept tight, but I think otherwise you're actually just going to really try and attack the...
And that is a really tricky kind of pop-up fly, and Hurtado, with that speed, has scored the Pirates' 4th run. That was a really tricky kind of bloop.
Yeah, it was quite a high pitch that was swung on in the end and did not make great contact with it, but it made its way over the infield, took a little bit of a nasty bounce with the spin that he put on it, and gave the left fielder no chance really to pick up and make a play. And with an early signal from the third base coach and the legs of Hurtado, we now have a 2-run game. It is 6-4. So it looks to probably see from the runner again if we'll get more or not. Jenkins hasn't stole too much in the season, but neither had Hurtado, given the legs that he's shown this weekend. I am surprised. Maybe the catcher usually keeping his legs, but knows that he's got nothing else to do come Monday
Absolutely.
afternoon.
Season's over after this, so, you know, put everything you can into it. And that is a chopper to third, who will get the runner at second. But a good cheer goes up for Florentino reaching first. Oh, I believe the second.
It was safe
he
at
was
second
safe.
there because the runner was going early. He was going to steal. The third base made the play. Probably was a mistake and should have gone to first. It was a difficult play at second. So no outs there. Doesn't go down as an error. It would just be a fielder's choice. And I will work again now with two batters with a tying run at first and the potential go-ahead run at the plate. The Timo Sasali at the plate now.
Strike on Sasali, who reached base on a hit with a very quick run last inning, and a walk before that. Takes high and inside for a ball. Pirates bench has come alive.
As we mentioned in the last couple of innings, all of the energy has switched
And
across
that
the field.
has got past Hollies again and advanced the runners up one base. Sasali urging them to be cautious and stay where they are.
But the tying run is now in scoring position. Croydon have chipped away. It was 6-0 at one point in this game. It is now 6-4. And with no outs in this inning, Croydon will be looking to get at least another, if not two, to tie this game.
Sasali taking a walk, and Laura Harai in her first inning pitching in this game finds herself in a pretty tricky situation now with the bases loaded and nobody out. So you expect the infield to kind of tighten up a little bit now.
Yeah, up to bat is Osiris Ramirez. Takes one on the knees there. Center fielder has made a couple of good plays out there defensively. Doesn't really have anything to his name as a batter,
And
but
that has hit Osiris and walked in the Pirates' fourth run.
so
I beg your pardon, their fifth run.
yep, so that is now 6-5. Pirates now tying run is 90 feet away and the go-ahead run is in scoring position. It'll be interesting to see what approach Daryl has here. I think he'll probably be quite patient given the last two at-bats.
And that is a really nice strike on the outside part of the plate. You surprised no mound visit yet?
I don't really think that Harai has actually looked that bad on the
No,
mound. I
no.
think obviously the hit by pitch and the walk doesn't help, but the plays have not quite gone her favour. The Himfield hit to the third, which should have been converted into an out. The little blooper that made it just its way outside of the infield. So I don't think too much is going wrong from the pitching perspective. It's just not been the luck. But if this batter makes it on board in any way, shape or form, I imagine we will have a quick mound visit.
Believe the count is 1-1. That's hit nicely to second base and turned beautifully, and very almost a triple play, but instead Sasali comes up with the tying run.
No, go-ahead run.
The go-ahead run.
Because the bases were loaded there.
Oh,
so
of course, Jenkins and Sasali scored on that play. Oh,
Just Timo making his way back out to touch home plate because somebody probably on the bench wasn't certain whether he had or not. But they turned 2 on that play, but 2 score. And so from 6-0 down, this is now 7-6 to the Pirates. So now the pitcher.
Even with the nicely turned double play, they still have an out to get out of this inning. That has changed the complexion of the game.
Yeah. So we are now in a completely different ball game. The Pirates have a 7-6 lead here in the bottom of the 5th.
And that is a great pitch by Hirai to get Aguilar to swing and miss.
So on 2 strikes now. Hirai will try and get out of this inning without any further damage.
And nice grab by Hollies. That ball in the dirt. And the Badgers dugout is comparatively very quiet to the Croydon one, who are really, they are feeling themselves right now.
So nearly caught there on the foul tip, which would have ended the inning, but the catcher didn't manage to hold on, and so another pitch is required.
Count goes full. Laura Hirai would love a strike or a ground ball at this point. And unfortunately, that is just slightly high. And Aguilar makes his way to first base and keeps the line moving. So back round to De Jesus, who had a walk last time up. A throwdown goes to second, and that will do it for this inning. But the scoreline has flipped a little bit, and it is now 7-6 in favor of the Croydon Pirates.
So Pirates have their lead, and they'll be pitching in the lead for the first time in the top of the 6th. And we'll be back with you with that shortly. Okay, and we are back here for the top of the 6th inning. And this is going to be a little bit different to the previous 4 for the Pirates because they have the lead. Remarkably, they have come back from 6-0 down and lead 7-6 now going into the top of the 6th. So, on the mound still is Gerald Aguilar.
In between those innings, Sasali came over to confirm that Aguilar could continue to pitch. I think having previously pitched yesterday, and he confirmed that he could go the full extent of the game if need be. And I think there was a bit of a sigh of relief from the Croydon bench because he's been pitching really well.
Yep. The rules they had in place for the weekend was that anybody pitched on Saturday, they pitched less than 30 or fewer pitches, they were allowed to pitch on Sunday. And Aguilar pitched 25 pitches, and so
and that was hit right back at Aguilar. It glanced just off his glove, and that is a base hit for Laura Harai.
Yep, straight back up the middle there. Pitcher almost made a good play, but did not get his glove up in time. So Bristol have their leadoff base runner aboard. And that means that Rodri Thika, the coach and manager himself, is getting a chance to try and move this run around. Thika is the 9-hole hitter, so this does mean that we're going to see some of the top of the order most likely have an AB with a runner and have a chance to tie this game up.
Bit more noise coming from the Badgers dugout now. I think they realise how important this half inning will be. Oh, and that hits Rodri, and he will take a stroll to first base.
So after retiring 6 of the first 7 batters that he faced, Aguilar has given up a single and a hit by pitch. And we have 2 base runners in place for Tim Singasa. So back to the top of the order here for Bristol. This is it's probably the perfect scenario for them, the 2 from the bottom of the order getting on.
Singasa takes first pitch for a strike. That was good for Aguilar to get that and maybe calm a bit of the nerves from having 2 base runners in quick succession.
Poll in our chat going on who people think are going to win the game. Right now it is currently sat at 62% to the Croydon Pirates, but a couple of hits here and I imagine that would change.
Ball up high. That is a really close pitch at the knees, well taken by Singasa for ball 2. Count is 2-1. Oh, swing and a miss. A lovely, lovely sort of dipping fastball from Aguilar there.
Yep.
And the count is 2-2.
About it in the game earlier on today, but here is a key moment here in this match. We are just in the top of the 6th, which is equivalent of the 8th in a 9-inning game. There is not much game time left to go.
Nice grab by Hurtado, and he throws down to... Oh, and there is a collision between Hirai and Sasali.
Yeah,
and Sasali showing immediate concern there. Hope that she and him are okay.
Yeah, it looks like Hirai had taken a big jump there, thinking the ball had gotten away from the catcher. And the throw down was to side, but it looks like he was potentially in the base path, and contact was made with Harai as he didn't pick up the ball clean. So we'll just wait on this for a minute just to check how Harai is.
Fingers crossed, not a second injury sustained from a kind of base running around second. Seems to be the sort of danger zone at the moment. She is at least up from lying on the ground.
Probably was just a blow to the face. See how she will feel. So we'll just wait here while we see what happens.
Got an immediate sense there, didn't you? Of, you know, I think Sisali, his immediate reaction was to really like check on her and see if she was okay, which I think tells you that he recognised that it was a clatter. You know, nothing obviously yeah, completely accidental. Two players just flying into each other.
Yeah. Well, Harai does seem to be talking with the individuals that she's there, so just checking on her, and she's getting up to her feet now. We'll just see if they're going to let her stretch it out, see how she feels, and if she's going to stay in the game or not. So just going to jog it out, see how she feels, stretch the body out. Does look like she probably will be good to stay in the game. Just checking on her hands and her arms, taking a bit of water on board.
She's got a helmet on her hand and she is standing on second base. It looks like she's staying in, which is great to see. She is probably going to be feeling pretty sore tomorrow, though, as is Bonnie.
So just as we had a little delay there for Harai and the injury check, the pitcher will now just get a couple of warm-up pitches to make sure everything is fine before the batter then will return to the batter's box with a count at 2-2. So remember, there are no outs. No.
So no outs. I mean, is that pause kind of welcome for Aguilar there?
Count is 3-2. And that pitch is outside for ball 4.
I mean, to answer my own question, that, you know, seems like a tough one to have a kind of break at 3-2 and then just sort of throw a strike straight away. Obviously had a couple of warm-up pitches, but that results in the bases being loaded for the Badgers, and this continues to be a crucial inning. Things are so tight at the moment, and with no outs, as the Bristol Badgers, you've got to be looking to capitalise on this.
Most definitely. It's another
That's
one where
foul.
you have the switch of the last time where Croydon would probably accept the double play to give up, to let one run score and try and be smarter and not allow the second run to score. But yes, does look like most of the infield is quite shallow. So it looks to me that if the ball does come to them in quick stead, they are going to go home and not allow the tying runner to make it to the plate.
It's a really, really important strikeout for Aguilar to get the first out of the inning. And his teammates will be hoping for 2 more of those.
Yeah, that's the perfect thing for the pitcher and the defensive team there. The strikeout, what that enables now is probably for the center infielder pair to make their way a little bit deeper now to look at double play depth to turn the double play and get out of this game. First
It
pitch
pops
swinging.
up, not in play for Hurtado and over behind us, behind the fence.
Yeah, so first and third are still pretty shallow. Probably balls coming to them will still come to home. But the second and shortstop have retired a little bit deeper to try and turn that double play and end the inning if it comes to them.
That is up for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And Springstead, Aguilar and Hurtado will meet on the mound. Presumably
Looks like
to go on.
Springstead may have seen something at shortstop. So coming in and speaking to the pitcher and the catcher. Let's see if there's any special play here. Or if it's just going to be another attempt to get ahead of the hitter with a count at 1-1.
And way in front there for strike 2, foul ball.
So another strikeout here would be fabulous for Croydon.
And amazing second strikeout for Aguilar. Oof. I mean, can he pull off the improbable and strike out 3 to avoid a tie?
It would be pretty impressive if he does so. Up to the plate comes the center fielder, Awo Fadeju. He has a walk to his name so far today.
And that is chopped weakly to Aguilar, who bobbles it, and that's to first. And he manages to get out of an extremely sticky situation, and he is pumped.
Look,
rightly so.
Yes,
After
the
a
Croydon
rocky
bench
start.
is ecstatic. Bristol will potentially rue that, having the bases loaded with no outs and failing to plate any of them. 2 strikeouts followed by a ground ball to the pitcher, and remarkably, the Pirates have maintained their 7-6 lead and will look to add into it when we come back for the bottom of the 6th. And we're back now here for the bottom of the 6th inning. Croydon somehow remarkably kept their 1-run lead there, Bristol having the bases loaded with no outs, but a phenomenal bit of pitching there from Aguilar to go strikeout, ground out, and it is now the bottom of the 6th, and Harai is back up to pitch.
Deals a lovely strike, first pitch.
Obviously not feeling the effects too much of that collision. Back at second, Harai is still ready to roll as the pitcher.
Down in the dirt for ball 1, so that is 1 ball and 1 strike. And batter calls for time.
So just having a quick discussion here between the batting coach and the third base coach. We'll just see what's going on, if he's been given any direct instructions. Takes that pitch inside.
De Jesus just a walk today, and that is up high and over De Jesus' head for 2 balls and 1 strike. Beg your pardon, 3 balls and 1 strike. And that was strike 2. De Jesus trying to sell it on the beginning of a run to first base. Bit of a wry smile there. It is 3-2, full count, and just chopped by De Jesus back to hit the backstop.
Fouls it off straight back at me. But we are both fine, as we have a netting and boarding in the way of the field. But count is full.
Oh, and that is popped up really high into shallow center, and nice play made for the out by the center fielder. So that is 1 down in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, center fielder came in on that. Looked a bit hesitant to start off with, but came in cleanly and made a nice, simple catch there for the first out of the inning.
So Springstead pops up on the first pitch, and the first baseman, Rodriguez, is under it.
So 2 quick outs there. And the Pirates are looking in a more difficult position to add on to their lead. And this could still stay at a 1-run game going into the top of the last. But up to bat is one of the players of the day, Ambi Hurtado.
Strike 1 on Hurtado. Harai working a very efficient inning so far. Not many pitches thrown. And a nice, really nice strike on Hurtado, who is just seems gagging to rip one. He's just taking huge cuts. Just outside for Harai there for ball 1.
Not the greatest choice to swing on, but he fouled it off and will live to fight another day. Like a couple of looks and chirps from the bench there, telling him probably you don't swing at that one.
That is down in the dirt for ball 2. Count is 2-2, 2 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Count is 2-2. Here comes Harai, sets and deals, and up high again for Hurtado.
So 3 balls and the 4th ball there for a strike. just so people were aware, that slight break in the play there was for removing a ball out of play. Harai did use her jersey to clean the ball a bit, which is not allowed. You're allowed to kind of wet your fingers, but you're not allowed to then wipe the ball on the jersey to scuff it up potentially in any way. So they have a runner now, and Hurtado showed his speed last time up. And he goes again. Good throw this
down,
time.
sliding in head first, and he is safe at second. Another, really, really good throw down. Very close play yet again. And
yeah, if that was taken probably cleaner, it could have been a closer play. But Hurtado, with a great run and a great dive, has advanced himself into scoring position for Jenkins. So with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th, Jenkins would love to plate Hurtado here and give the Pirates a insurance run going into the top of the 7th.
Jenkins takes a nice pitch low, great discipline.
Yeah.
I think you could argue he has been Croydon's best hitter. 2 hits, 1 walk. And Harai checks on Hurtado, who manages to get back in time.
Yeah, Jenkins, after not having the greatest day of things on the mound, has been doing it with the bat since to bring his team back into this game.
And Harai again, and
if that was a more accurate throw, that could have been a tasty one. It was definitely a bigger lead by Hurtado. Just time here while Martinson ties his shoelace.
good communication by Harai and Martinson there. I think, yeah, they've clearly sort of rehearsed that move in practice a lot. Let's see what she can do with a 3-0 count. Really good discipline from Jenkins. And that is a really nice pitch in for a strike. 3-1. And that is grounded, and it is through the gap and bobbled by the right fielder. And Hurtado is going to score an insurance run.
And probably the error there from the right fielder, did not pick that up cleanly. And once again, the aggressive base running by Croydon has got them an insurance run. And on that throw to home, the runner advanced to second. So Croydon now have managed to extend their lead and are up 8-6.
Got a feel for Harai there. Feel, just a sort of a weak grounder and just a bit of bad luck with the defensive positioning, not enabling first base to get that one. Right down the pipe for strike 1. She's pitching really well in this inning, despite a bit of traffic on the bases and that hit there.
Let's see what we're going to have a look here. Jenkins potentially going to look at a hit and run to try and get another run over.
And that is smoked out to center, and that is going to go over the heads of the fielders, and that is looking really dangerous. He's going to dig for third, and he's going to hold up there. Stand up triple. And the Croydon bench has erupted onto the field.
Yeah, good hit there. It's pretty much a gapper in between the center fielder and the right fielder. Both who do not seem to have the strongest of arms, and the aggressive base running from Croydon gains them another one again.
That ball was absolutely smoked by Florentino. And it just seemed to kind of cross up the outfielders.
I think it perfectly intersected them. And so it looks like we have pinch hitter here for the Pirates trying to tack on another. They have now managed to triple their lead so far this inning and lead 9-6.
First pitch down, a ball. And that one is hit foul. Count is 1-1.
Foul that second one off. 1-1.
And Florentina makes a nudge to home plate, but nicely blocked by Hollies. That is 2 balls and 1 strike. And that is softly grounded to short, throws to first in time to end the inning. So started off well for Laura Harai, but Croydon Pirates tack on 2 more runs to make it quite a comfortable lead heading into the final inning.
So here we are, 9-6, heading into the top of the 7th, the last inning. We'll be back for you that shortly. Okay, so here we are, the top of the 7th, the potential last half inning of baseball that we will show you today. Bristol Badgers find themselves 3 runs down going here into the top of the 7th. And Daryl Aguilar, who has pitched 3 shutout innings so far, is looking for number 4.
Gets off to a good start with strike 1 to Sean Wilkins, who was the starting pitcher for Bristol Badgers. He has moved into the second, I believe he's playing second base. And that is 2 strikes. Wilkins does not agree. He believes it was quite low, which it was.
Probably wanted those calls himself when he was pitching earlier on in the day.
And that is just outside. Wilkins not kind of letting it affect him and speed his approach up. Aguilar still pitching with good command and good velocity. That is
maybe the commentator's curse. Probably the worst pitch he's thrown all day.
You're prescient, whereas my ones are just, you know, just get invalidated straight away.
Oh, I had a couple yesterday where I said someone doesn't strike out and immediately then struck out. So the count is 2-1. Contact.
That is popped up, and that should be a play, shallow centre. And that is one away in the top of the 7th. The Croydon Pirates are 2 outs away from a remarkable comeback, being 1 game down yesterday to the Bristol Badgers. And boy, has it flipped around.
Yeah, they've overcome quite a bit today. They were 2 runs down going into the last in the first game. So 1 run down going into the last, going into the first game, and they've been 6 runs down in this game.
And
remarkable comeback from this team.
And I mean, the turning point for me is so clearly Aguilar coming into the game. I mean, for me, if they are to win this, you know, he is the MVP, as that is popped out to right field, and it is caught just by the second baseman, coming quite far out into the outfield there and making a really good catch. And they are down to the Badgers are down to their final out, and it is Desgardins.
It's been a quick inning here, and it's just shown the great work that Aguilar has been doing as a pitcher, been challenging these Badger players to put the ball in play. A lot of the early runs that Bristol have scored did not come from their bats. It came from mistakes from Croydon on the mound and with the pitches.
And the Pirates bench are starting to feel it now. 1 strike remaining. They are down to their final strike.
So here we go. 1 pitch potentially to end this AAA series. Game 3. 2 outs, 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch.
Harold Aguilar has completely dominated Game 3 for an amazing turnaround win for the Croydon Pirates, who are AAA champions.
It was a remarkable turnaround performance there from Croydon. They were 6 down going into the bottom of the 3rd. They scored 1, they scored 2, they scored 4, they scored another 2, and that puts them 9-6. And the Croydon Pirates are the winners of the AAA BBF series. So quite a remarkable turnaround and a fantastic performance there from the Pirates to that. Commiserations must go to the Badgers, who have fought hard all day after nearly taking Game 2 and being ahead for a lot of Game 3. It has been a fantastic day of baseball. I hope you have all enjoyed what we have shown to you today. We will stay here for the presentations between the teams, and we will have a quick conversation with Chris Deacon around as part of the BBF to talk around what we have had today from a great finals series. So please do stick around, as well as Ollie will be out on the field to get an interview with the manager and hopefully with Gerard Aguilar, our MVP of the day. Okay, and now we're going to head down to Ollie, and he's going to have an interview with the winning manager, Mark Bonney.
So, Mark Bonney, the successful manager of the Croydon Pirates, who have just won the AAA Championship. A few places we could start. How are you feeling, and words about your team's performance just now?
Yeah, today we had 2 comeback wins, both must-win games. It was a tremendous team effort, tremendous pitching, particularly from Gerald Aguilar, who came in and took us all the way. We were never out, and we came all the way back, and I'm hugely proud of everyone on our side, and hats off to Bristol for playing 3 tremendous games as well. It was a great series.
I mean, that the change for Aguilar seemed inspired in real kind of dire moments. I mean, Jenkins didn't get off to a great start pitching. Had an amazing batting performance. Self obviously getting injured. So, how are you, and what led to choosing Aguilar over someone else?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing okay. I'll check in with the GP next few days. But yeah, no, Gerald was our guy, our go-to guy after me, so it wasn't too difficult of a decision. He's a great pitcher. We haven't had a chance to use him too much this season because his arm has been a little, frankly, a little bit injured. But he obviously managed to. They want me to go to the photo, but he managed today. He did a terrific job, and yeah, we're extremely happy, as you can see.
I'm going to let you over there. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much.
All right, see you later.
And so, what amazing words there from Mark, and thank you, Ollie. And so, there we have it, the Croydon Pirates. Croydon Pirates are your champions for today, just now out on the field, having their presentation, and they will receive their medals and their trophy. After that, we will have a short interview with Chris Deacon from the BBF to talk through this fantastic weekend of baseball that we've managed to give to you. We'll be back with you shortly. Okay, and we have now seen 4 fantastic games of baseball today, which has ended with the London Mets retaining their NBL championships and Croydon becoming the AAA champions. I'm delighted now to be with Chris Deacon, who is the president of the BBF. I think that weekend went as well as you could have hoped for, yeah?
Yeah, it did. You know, the weather for starters played a blinder.
I remember last year being here in a bit of rain for one of the AAA finals.
Yeah, so yeah, no, I mean that was great to kick it off. But you know, Essex Arrows, first time they've been the season champions for 10 years, so they came in sort of looking to get that overall title. But Mets were strong and took it away there. Croydon, well, you know, they came up to AAA, played well, great 3-game series. You know, really hard fought one, and also the other thing, I think we had some terrific plays.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
We've had some. There's 2 catches on this field today. You know, the Essex Arrows centre fielder, and also I think it was the centre fielder from Croydon. So we've seen some great baseball on 2 lovely days.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be some highlights that'll be coming out in the not too distant future when we condense these games and give you some of those. And I definitely think the play into the centre field there by Angel Perez in that first game for Essex.
Yeah.
I think what we've beautifully seen today is the joy of that 3-game series, and I think
Yes.
it's a great move by the BBF this year to push that to AAA as well, and allow to kind of see like the full depth of these teams. And we got, frankly, 3 fantastic games, 5-4, 5-3, and then a 9-6.
Exactly.
I think it just showed the format brilliantly. So
yeah,
well done.
Exactly. I want to thank the team here, the league commissioners and everybody who volunteers to make sure that these things happen.
So yeah, it's been another phenomenal year for British baseball. We're not quite finished just yet. We have next weekend the AA semi-finals and the single A finals, as well as in the weeks to come, the blind baseball tournament coming here from the WBC. The BBF is pushing for bigger and bigger things.
Yeah, I think the post-COVID, obviously there was a lull to a certain extent. The WBC in 2020 was cancelled, so everything really accelerated in 2022 with the qualifier in Regensburg that got us to Arizona in March of 23, and retaining a place in the 2026 event was critical really to the success. And similarly, GB softball have been successful, and thanks to UK Sport and the lottery, it's really helped progress those teams on, including the under-23s now who've just been in China. But crucially, what that brings, along with the MLB London series, is development money to help us grow. Put more coaching in, get more kids in, particularly the MLB London series, the legacy there with the number of schools that are involved. So everything feels like on an upward trend. It really does. And you mentioned the Blind Baseball International Cup in a couple of weeks' time. We've got teams coming from all around the world: Africa, Far East, South Asia, and the Americas, along with European countries. So really looking to three days, Friday to Sunday here at Farnham Park again.
Yeah, no, it'll be fantastic to see, and just shows what British baseball can offer to the rest of the world. That we do have the facilities, and we do have the passionate people that want to kind of get involved and continue to show British baseball in its best light. What you say, like, we're very close to the end of this season. Next year, 2025 is another step for British baseball. We have the whole idea that there's going to be an Olympic program coming through as well on the high elite level. Is there any thoughts of like what's to come for 2025 yet, or are we just gonna sit on 2024 and be like, this is good? That time will come to discuss 2025.
No, I think we got to build on where we were this year, whether it's Summer Cup, which started 2 years ago, the over 45s, and trying to and get that whole sort of wider engagement. They'll still be in here. Next year is a whole series of European competitions. The seniors and U23s are back in the European Championships. The WBC in March 26. So next year is building on the development work that we've been putting in over the last couple of years and trying to fine tune it and make what we've done now even better than we can, you know. I think one of the things we got to do is it's trying to get more sort of fan engagement, to get more people along to these types of events and not stop, but it's hopefully reduce the number of people say, oh, I don't know baseball's played in Great Britain. You know, people see these things going on, and oh, we play baseball, you know, and that the London series and all these other things that are going on helps, but we still need to sort of spread the word and get people interested at whichever way they do with their clubs and local clubs.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see the progress that we've had this year. I just would want to say thank you to you as a volunteer and all the other volunteers that are part of the BBF to help put up these leagues that these teams can participate in, that I myself can participate in. It is great fun, and I do say this wholeheartedly to others to get involved in baseball if you have enjoyed anything that you've watched today and you are in the UK. So thank you very much, Chris. It's a pleasure.
You're welcome.
We'll
see
you next week for the AAA Finals, which
we'll
be
do.
broadcasting here live.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need to get my car down here. You guys are going to be here for a minute, aren't you? So nobody's going to run off with my gear.
Okay, and that is all that we have for you today. Thank you for watching this Journey Media Sports production of the NBL and AAA BBF Finals, brought to you by Traxxas, the 108, and Out of the Park Baseball 25. I, Russell, as well as Ollie, Gabby, and Bruno, all wish you a very happy rest of your day, and we'll be back to you next week with the games from the AA Finals.